everybody, welcome back to Racing Bets. This is round two. We're going to try it again. A lot of you people already know that I live in Detroit area, and I'll tell you what, Detroit area is getting bad, real bad. Last night I was being robbed by a knife. A guy wanted my wallet, but I found out this guy wasn't really a professional. He had butter on his knife, so I knew he wasn't a professional. But things are so bad here in Detroit that when I close the windows of my house here, I'm hitting hands. So it's a bad thing. It really is. Meanwhile, we have Mr. New Guru, and we have a new guest here called Domenico. If I said that pronouncedly. Say hi, everybody.
Hey, Ben.
You mean butter knives are still legal?
Well, he was a non-professional, I could tell.
Not committed to the craft?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Anyway, everybody, Nude's going to be taking over, and so is Domenico, and I'm out of the picture for now. I got to do some things, and I'll be back when I can. If you have any problems, I'm going to leave my phone on, so if I hear the bell, I know something's going on.
Okay, so you're listening still, or no?
No, I'm going to be too busy doing things right now. Early.
Gotcha.
I gotta.
But if I text you for some reason, you'll hear that. That's what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I'm going to leave the bell on so I can hear it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Everybody, thank you. Domenico, it was nice talking to you. Nude, have a good time.
All right, he's gone, everybody. Good time. Let's sabotage the channel.
I heard that. I'll catch you guys in a while. Have a good time, really.
You betcha. We'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
All right, so where did we leave off? We were talking something a little bit on a deeper level. But now my match got me all wrapped up in it. I forget. What were we talking about before we finished there? It was interesting.
I remember myself. I was actually just getting focused on the title, Tyrants and Slaves. So I was just kind of jotting down some of the meanings.
Let me see what you wrote there. What is the meaning of the word tyrant? A ruler who exercises absolute power oppressively or brutally. That's interesting. What is the full meaning of slaves? Who is legally owned by someone else and has to work for that person. Very interesting.
So are the tyrants that people are saying out loud, are they actually abusive? Are they brutal?
Nope.
No. So a slave.
Complete misnomer.
Yeah.
And again, part of the PSYOP working as it's intended to encourage the practice of the blame. Jesus Christ, this match is going to kick in. The blame game instead of the responsibility focus. That's what it's all about, right? So, tyranny and slavery implies that you're cornered in a cage with no alternative of your own. This is not what's going on today. Maybe at some point previously, I don't know. I never lived to actually see that. And I don't take what they write in quote unquote history books for face value at all. And it really doesn't matter. What matters is today.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see going on today is a lot of finger pointing outwards and ignoring that it's all just a projection to what people themselves are doing and participating into themselves. People are oppressing each other. People are oppressing themselves, their own selves, and then blaming other people for it.
I think a lot of people are parroting, like a person that's in a cage and they've never known any otherwise. What would that be to them? Again, that would be a discussion that observers would have. The one that's in the cage wouldn't know that they're in a cage unless somebody presents words like, okay, so you're in a cage. The person that feeds you is going to give you the illusion, or you're going to give yourself the illusion you're the slave, but they're the master. I said, how do you not know they're not the slave? Because they
Right.
got to feed you now. So once you break someone or the system, you own it now, and you have to rule over it. So when people talk about being enslaved, I said, okay, so what? They give you all that bling bling. They make sure that your village kind of concept is big enough and wide enough to give you the illusion that you have freedom. See, that's where probably people start playing clever games. It's not the idea that they're slaves, is they have this idea that they think they're free.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and if there is some such, even the ideal of freedom, is it an external thing or an internal thing? Could be a bit of both, actually, but
It could
are they
be.
both illusions?
Right. It's very subjective, and most often than not, heavily confused with free range.
Free range chicken. Here they go.
That's what people
Okay.
think freedom is, right? It's
Mhm.
I have
Again,
permission slips, and I have a million permission slips banked, and that's my freedom.
Mhm. And again, these words that I use in this case are not mine, should be able to challenge somebody that know how to read or write. So the guy that says he's in university or he has a degree, I said, well, these words now are designed for you. Can you actually do pushback on your own program? So the guy that says he's a Christian, I'll use that as an example, goes across the world, starts preaching Christianity, and then one day they have a flick of a moment like, oh wow, I've been preaching things that I don't have no understanding. Are you going to go back to each individual person now and say, I'm sorry? This is the same thing when people talk about rights. Are they going to go back and tell everybody else the tyrant's never been out there? I don't think the tyrant ever existed. Now, I'm posing it as an ideal. I'm giving a little airspace to an opposing side that I'm making up, where other people, when they make it up, they think it's real. Yeah, well, look at what the elites are doing. Well, who are we talking about? Like, are we talking about clubs such as Skull and Bones, Rosicrucians, G8, World Bank? Well, I don't know. I said, so you've never done all your research. But we were talking about this earlier about search. You've never done all your research, so you made a conclusion about what you think it is. Well, I can't do nothing about it. You're no different than that person that turned around and said, well, I'm going to do something about it. I said, so what are you going to do about it? And keep in mind, when you do something, you realize you're going to disturb everybody else while you're trying to do that. Well, that helps them. I said, maybe that's what they're saying too. It's always fun when somebody tells me, Dom, I only care about my own family. I said, okay, so let's play that game. You only care about your own family. So wouldn't the elites say the same thing? The only difference is they're ruling? Well, that's different. I said, well, then everything's different then at that point. This is almost like people have to free fall, but most people aren't willing to do that. They have this ideal that, but I want to control things. I said, you don't control anything. I'm surprised you go to sleep.
Only when it works in their favor.
Sure it is. And what is that based on? Another program based on their likes or dislikes. Well, Dom, I don't agree with you. I said, that's more likes or dislikes. And then you'll hear people say, but I don't judge. I said, that is a judgment. It's not a bad thing. It's not even a good thing. It just is. And if you can be in it long enough, then a person can say, oh, I'm like a fly on the wall kind of analogy. I couldn't change it even if I wanted to. I said, then you're the observer at that point. But I still don't agree. I said, now quickly, we went back as the experiencer.
It's an interesting thing to pose the question of reflection back to an individual. Can you observe objectively as a subjective viewer?
The thing is, once a person realizes that, they come to that awareness. I've been doing that the whole time. It's like how many people are literally playing sports opposed to observing sports. Because if everybody's on the field, then who's watching us then? Where it's the other way around usually. It's usually the few characters that are on there saying it's my time to perform. The rest of us are just going to observe it on the external level. Then there's that internal level. It's like, okay, so who's observing me? I said, the thing that's aware of you 24/7. This is why when they talk about, let me fast and meditate, there's something that's been running the whole time. It's like trying to talk to Siri. Siri, are you the vessel? And if it's been programmed, well, no, I'm a program. So you're not the computer then. No, I'm not the body dog. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not the Wi-Fi. Are you the electricity? No, I'm not the electricity. I said, oh, okay. So how would humans understand that? And even that, it's not about the human. That'd be me talking to the computer vessel. I'd be talking to whatever's fueling that energy.
Right. Hey Siri, do you realize you're AI?
Mm. Dom, do you know your AI or you're in an
Right.
AI vessel? Oh, right. So then we can communicate with each other at that point.
Right.
And that's what we try to do. We try to communicate in many ways with languages, with numbers, body language. Think about well, I'm just saying out loud. When people practice and learn the craft of Braille or American Sign Language, those are all different variations of language. But then people feel astonished, like, oh, what's this old language? I said, do you even know how to do Braille? Well, no. I said, then so why are you reaching out to another system that probably wouldn't serve you? Most people just don't know their own placement. The word mint gives it away, obviously, but their own placement. So if you're, say, a plumber, what value would it be for you to understand the elite unless you understand, well, I buy material from certain corporations and certain corporations adhere to whatever policies in other parts of the world. I said, so now you're just following the dots, which is fine. But what they'll do is, well, I don't agree with the price. Well, then how does fiat work? How does human labor work? A lot of people have not done that work. But what they'll do is they'll jump halfway in the movie, come into a conversation with a bunch of people. I said, you better learn how to practice silence. Why? Because you're going to just be sharing noise.
Same thing
And
with
you'll know,
truth.
yeah, well, then you'll know who those characters are because they usually play the game of debating. I said, so how do you debate my view? And I'll just sit there and I'll wait and they'll go on for a bit. I said, so once again, how do you debate my view? Do you live through my senses? Well, no. So then how are you debating it? Again, this is where people realize they're saying words, but that revolution should be done from within. So eventually, whoever's supposed to rule needs to rule. In this case, if it's the self, respect it, even though you're just allowing the ongoing program to rule. Well, I don't agree with that, Dom. Okay, once again, what are you agreeing with? The way I said it, the tonality, you have running programs. This is where it becomes a fine line, unfortunately, in NG, where it can go from illusion to delusional, where people's program just gets shattered. It could be a good thing if they're the kind of person that wants to stick to it. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, if they're open-minded, it would be productive. But most of the time, it was already a lost cause before it was over before it started. It's really the truth, right?
I'm very hesitant when I hear people talk about open-minded because it's like opening up a gate. It could be so flooded. And for some people, especially if they're very hemispherical, they're very analytical, I said you can actually spin it to a point. You'll be a looping circle.
Right.
There's different variations of the mind. You could be receptive to it, but that means you'll be, how would I put it? You would be aware of that information. And you're saying, okay, but I'm not going to be using it against anybody. I'm just going to see it for what it is. The open zeros and ones, the open-mindedness opposed to closed-mindedness, when there's variations of the mind. But again, this is where the words we use reveal us. So they should be able to challenge themselves. So what am I saying when I say open-minded? I'm using the English language. It's a meaningful language. How did I even realize it's a meaningful language? Because you've presented yourself to all types of information. And you didn't sit there like a gatekeeper judging it all when it's presenting itself. It's like, why do we have the Sanskrit language? The tonality in it's a healing language. So the people that practice it could be playing with the molecules in their vessels. If they don't know how to speak Sanskrit, they can practice things like singing bowls, or they become aware, well, is that what music does? To a certain point, it does. Especially if a person understands their blood type, the environment that they live, where the signs are. So when people say, Dom, I'm going to do a diet, what type of diet are we talking about? A physical diet, an emotional diet? Are we doing a mental diet? When are you doing these diets? It's like when people do parasite cleanse. Are you going to do it on a full moon, on a half moon? Because they all play a major role. But then this is where when they hear a character like me just sharing out loud, I said, so in that, if you don't understand that or it's overwhelming, then why are you fighting a system that, because if somebody presented that, I could present it, let's say I'm not me per se, but I'm a trillionaire. How would most people understand what it is to be a trillionaire? They're only looking for the outcomes. Well, I could buy a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, well, then who created all this stuff? Who orchestrates all of that? Well, I don't care about that. I said, there you go. That's what I want to hear. So you don't care. So let's probe in that. Do you even know how to care? Well, no. I said, so then what are you applying when you say you don't like the government? At that point, I'm like, I'd rather be talking to a 5-year-old because I already realized at that point,
You are,
it is,
mentally.
but I realized they're not at that child-rearing development years between 7 and 14. This is why when people get offended, I say, well, Tom, you just said I'm childlike. I said, do you understand the child-rearing years? What do you mean? That is when you actually develop your emotions. But they'll go around and say, well, Dominic, but I'm mentally smart. I said, no, you've been mentally programmed. You go around telling me you went to university and you went for 15 years, you got 1 degree, you practiced for 20 years. And then meanwhile, there's people that are in clubs and they're 33, but those are still very childlike programs.
You're the straw man on the Wizard of Oz. You got a
There you
certificate.
But again, that only works, the straw man with the birth certificate, if you think you're the vessel.
Right.
I'm just
Which
sharing this out
most
loud.
people-
Go ahead.
Which most people are. So, this is why I don't put any stock into it. I just tell the truth, and it's for the eyes and ears that are sincere about hearing it. And that's it.
True. The ones that want to hear it, hopefully some of them they'll note it. There's a reason why we have notes and chakras, because then they can find out whether or not what's blocked. Are we spending too much emphasis on our lower chakras? Are we caught up in the mid chakras? Are we caught up in the heart? It's like when people say, Dom, I follow my heart. I said, what goes to the heart? And then I said, blood. And what is blood? Same with the conduit of gold. It's a conduit. It's kind of like having a carrier for an essential oil. Again, it could be millions of folks, beings that are in forms that need to hear this. But for the majority of the people, especially when they start talking, I said, are you talking out of defense or attack? Because it's a perpetual cycle. I get a gun to defend myself. It's the same reason why a person gets a gun to attack somebody. That's a circle. That's a loop. And once you realize you're the one in the center, and I'm like, oh, I don't need to do that. You never needed to do that. But if you choose to do it, at least be aware of why you do it. It's a philosophy question at that point when you use the whys. But then people like to work, I remember Kant or Socrates. I said, no, those characters are dead. What was the teachings? It doesn't matter who wrote it or who mimicked it. What was the teaching? Why? Because that's the only thing you can apply discernment to. It could be a story, but most of them are. But at least you can apply discernment. What does it mean to love one's neighbor? And you realize you've never been outside of the vessel. Who's your neighbor then at that point? Is it the vessel? Could be.
Do you spend much focus with individuals who are lacking the discernment and ability to discern? And do you get frustrated by that?
When I usually share, I share more like a riddle, metaphors. I don't expect most people to grasp it. When they do, you'll get, especially if I'm with them, I'll get that read in their face, like, you're preaching to the choir. I'm aware of it. I'm like, okay, well done. But again, I take everybody that we're unaware of these things. So when I do share with people, it could be simple, like, okay, you guys have worked all your existence for money. You understand fiat currency works. And if they're honest with themselves, that's of no interest. It's okay, that conversation ends, no problem. But it's the ones that quickly defended. I said, okay, so what are you defending? Because it betters them then. Wouldn't it be better to know how it works? It doesn't matter. I don't value the fact that it could be corrupt. That's all an interpretation. If me and you grew up in a rich family, and it would be business as usual, trying to manipulate the masses. And it wouldn't really be us manipulating ourselves. We come to the realization they're doing it to themselves. I'm just working with the currency.
In fact, if you look on the other side of the fence, you'll find that most of the ruling class is absolutely tired of feeling like they have to be a babysitter over the drones of society, right?
For sure.
Pathetic sheep. Would you stop relying on us for telling you what to do in life? A lot of them feel that way.
Well, when you break them, then you own them. So in this particular, and then of course, then you start probing and they say, no, we have rulers above us. We're just the wardens here. We're the taskmaster here.
Right.
But then people say, well, then why don't you just live a comfortable life? I said, well, that yacht that I have, that's a settlement. I've had to convince a whole bunch of other people with the currency thing to build me a yacht. I'm just using it as an example because I'm guessing when I'm talking about the elites. But then again, I'm also guessing when I'm talking about what people think war is, let alone what peace is. Again, this is why I say, for myself, I just say it out loud. I'm willing to entertain ideals. I'm not interested in entertaining other people. That's just malicious. I'll entertain ideals. But for some folks, if not a lot of folks, they think the ideals that they're sharing, they might think it's reality or right or wrong. I said, then how do we actually separate that? How can I apply discernment with that when you think you are those things? I'm a slave. Okay, so now I got to spend time because most conversation quickly turns to an individual. It's all about them.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so let's break it down. So what does it mean to be a slave? Well, Dom, I'm a slave because of some elite. I said, okay, so did I call you by your name? Yes. Did you respond to it? I said, would that not be a version of slavery then? Well, I don't know what you mean. I said, bingo. Let's go with that. You don't know. So at that point, there should be no defense or attack going on. But when other people say, well, Dom, but if I don't know, I said, but let's say you did know. How would you understand? And to understand something, you would have to use discernment, wisdom. That just doesn't make sense. I said, okay, so now let's apply to things that you do then. You go to work on a regular basis. Okay, so how does that look? I wake up in the morning, alarm clock wakes me up, I have a coffee. I said, okay, so what do you think the coffee does for you? It's one of those things where most people don't realize majority of the day they're in autopilot. Ask a person that smokes a cigarette, how many cigarettes do you have a day? Oh, I think I have a pack. Why? Because at the end of the day, I got to buy another one. I said, so where are you in each of those moments when you're smoking? I don't know. I said, then at that point, I can't have that conversation. Smoking is usually an indication of grieving. This is why when people said, I've spent 15 years now, I no longer drink an alcohol. I said, so you're in recovery. Yes, I am. I said, I never said it was a reward. What do you mean? Recovery? Again, cover. What are you covering up? I don't know what you mean, Dom. I said, okay, usually with drinking, it's anger. What are you angry about? You didn't get enough for yourself? You see an injustice in the realm? Which one is it? This is where a conversation would be for most people if they're actually talking to AI. I said, you've got input of all kinds of information to a computer. How would a human being grasp that technology then? Unless they go inwards, unless, well, then I must be mimicking that technology. Sure you are. But the school didn't teach me that. No, throw that out the door. Unless you've questioned it, throw it out the door. I think you even said you almost have to strip yourself again completely of everything that you think you've learned.
Always. Always. No matter where you get to, it's always you're just at the beginning. Otherwise, you're stopping your growth. If growth is in the pool of infinite, you can never ever let yourself stand on the position of I know it now.
And that would imply
the moment you do that, you stop growing. That's it. You just fell right into the trap again. You're an eagle.
And a lot of folks grow maybe physically, but they're not interested in growing mentally and emotionally. So at that point, then, okay, so let's go in the direction. So what are you doing? And then they might say, well, my action shows that I want rewards. Again, reward. Okay, so you want to actually create your more, what some people might interpret imprisonment, which is fine. You can call it comforts, pleasures, lust, call it whatever you want. And then you can play the many sins, whatever. Again, those are just more stories. When I have conversation with people and they quickly bring in the word, I'm a Christian. Well, what am I supposed to do with that? That's like saying I'm a liberal. What am I supposed to do with that? Well, Dominic, I'm just telling you what I am. I said, I thought you already told me your name. I thought that's what you were. Well, I'm a Christian. I'm a plumber. I'm a liberal. I'm a conservative. I'm a Muslim. I said, okay, all the I ams. Okay, so how's that supposed to serve?
How many sins do you commit on yourself?
On a regular basis or just today? It's always funny when people say, Dom, I have a channel. I said, I'm fucking channeling right now. And you're talking about a channel. I get it, that this concept of us communicating through these kind of platforms is a novelty because it'll be like when we had many books. How many millions of books were written on these very similar topics?
Right. To reflect the same thing.
Yeah. At this point, we might as well just burn all the books. Why? I said, because we're using an old technology. If we had this technology today, the way we have it now, in a different age, previous age, we would never have the written work. It's too cumbersome.
The
You
only
have to
book
learn.
I would be interested in reading is the book that said, you don't need this book, close it and go on.
Yeah. Opposed to, well, all that information has come from what's called thoughts or consciousness. I said, wouldn't you want to read that energy? Sure, I
Right.
would.
You have everything you need that could ever be written in the book.
Hmm.
You know? I mean, can you say it any better than that? It's just a reflection. And a lot of people, they just get caught up in settling for menu instead of meal with this
And
whole
you
thing.
know, and Angie, that's great for the ones that aren't here. They're not wanting to be on panels. They're not interested in being at like in a book club. But it's when you choose to say, well, I think I'm the teacher. I said, now you're in the game. What do you mean? I said, well, now we're going to find out whether or not you've ever been the student. You know, I get it when people, once you start revolting and you say, well, I don't agree with the system, now the onus is on you to do the research. The onus is not on the billions of people, whether or not how many billions of people out there that are saying, well, I'm too busy going to work. I said, you're not in these conversations. Yeah, so step aside. This is designed for the few, not the masses. The few could be millions, but it's not designed for everybody. I would never, I'll have certain conversations with my parents about maybe like with my dad, because he's receptive enough to say, Dad, do you understand what it means to have, you pay property tax? And then when I shared out the layout a little bit, he said, Dom, yeah, I can see that as being a possibility. Yes, that's all it can be. Because then somebody wants, that's the indoctrination where, well, you got to prove it to me. So I literally have to go to and drag every elite here and say, listen, he's a baron, he's a duke, he has an allodial title because he's a Freemason, and the land itself is just whatever you pay for it, it's tribute. Well, yeah. So I'm here to do all that work to satisfy your lack of doing your own homework. When all this information is openly out there, there's millions of folks that are doing YouTube stuff on theosophy, esoteric stuff, on understanding how energy works. But yet, what most people want, I want to go into a classroom and I want it one fit all kind of ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting. Okay, so you got the computer in front of you now. That's why when I tell people, I said, being an electrician, I'm an electrician. I said, they want to know how much it's going to cost and how long it's going to take. I said, okay, do you own your own company? Yes. Do you do your research? Yes. So why are you asking me for all that information, especially when I'm doing it as a favor? I said, if I went to a mechanic shop, I'm going to do my own research before I go there. So I'm not going to be thrown off when the mechanic says it's going to take this long, this is going to cost this much, you're going to have to leave the car here. I've done my research on the material level, where other people say, well, no. I said, so now you want something for nothing. No, I'll still pay. I said, no, you want the other information. All that information, there's people that have put out effort to explain how things come to be. But what most people do, they're like little children that don't understand how the system works. They just act out. I just don't want to do it. I said, okay, tell me when you're done. Because once you're done, then we can tell you that's the way it is right now.
Most people translate it into an interpretation of where they're at, and they completely miss the message.
Mm-hmm.
See it all the time.
Yeah, and if they're self-absorbed, they're not going to see. They'll say the word I'm empathy, I have empath, I'm an empath, whatever. I said, yeah, but do you really give a damn about other people? What do you mean? That means you would have to get to know them first.
The message really is you have what you need to find the path out, and the person who's entrapped translates that into the way out is through everything that I am trained to think. And they never get anywhere. They just think they do. Mm-hmm. And they stay trained in it, right? And whatever, that is what it is for those people. It doesn't bother me.
And it never will. It shouldn't. Again, I'm always looking for fellow tribes. When I hear or I see people posting on chat, I go inwards. I'm like, yeah, that they've done their work. They're doing their work. They're constantly doing their work. The rest of them, I look at them, I'm like, this is a grade 2 classroom and you guys aren't even ready to go to kindergarten yet. So please leave. And when I say leave, I'm just saying this out loud, but in my head, but I'm like, because eventually it's going to be noise.
And then, of course, you get the classic response, but Dom, you sound like you're being judgmental and you're better than us. And I want to be important too.
Okay, so I can even entertain an idea. Well, let's say I am. Let's say I'm the most intellectual being you've ever met. How would you gauge me? What would that make them then? That means they would have to actually do their own work and realize, Or when somebody says, well, you're crazy, I said, that's the best position to be in. So carry on. Because people don't realize how much they're trying to defend themselves. They'll throw like pleasantries at you, or they'll throw, I don't know, I'll give you another example. They'll be rude to you. I'm like, okay, I'll give you the same response. Thank you. Thank you. I said, I'm true to myself. I know I'm full of shit in some areas, but I'm okay with it. Other people, if they're not okay with themselves, that's why they start attacking others. I said, now you're projecting, which is fine. But what are you learning from that projecting? Well, I don't want nobody to know who I am. I said, then why the fuck would you go on a public platform then?
No doubt. And isn't an attack just a projection of defensiveness? What are you trying to protect?
Yeah. What emotion are you trying to protect? What thing that you perceive as good or bad? See, that sets the whole cycle into motion. It's like somebody says to me, Dom, right or wrong. I said, I'm trying to know how to get downtown. I don't want to know what's fucking right or wrong. I want to know what's right or left. What are the directions you can give to me?
Let's try it from this angle. Does the truth need protection?
The truth is, it's its own energy. It doesn't need to be defended or attacked. If we're going to play the idea of what truth is.
Right. So once that is apparent and obvious, any attempt to engage in a defensive position is only a projection of dishonesty.
Mm-hmm. That's what some people would call the word deception. One's deceiving oneself.
Right. That's all it is. You're in delusionment, right?
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's why they use the concept, the truth will set you free kind of idea. But how can it set it free when you're hanging on so with dear life in this realm? Well, I want my cake and eat it. I said, that's fine, but do you know how to make a cake? Are you making a cake for other people? Well, no. I said, then you're a selfish human being, which is fine. So that's why you're going to stay anchored here. But it's not because any energy is doing that to you. Again, this is where people get so caught up. I said, so then what? How does laws work then? How does the tree stay in place? How does the earth stay in place? How do the clouds move around? Again, this is people thinking that they're trying to control something opposed to realizing change is constant. Be the observer of those things.
I'm just going to quickly check here. Even though we can continue just the two of us, I don't think Wright's. Let me just go to the live. See if he pinned the link.
I think I saw YouTube. I didn't see him put a stream.
Oh, he did pin it. Okay.
Oh,
no, he pinned the wrong one.
I was going to say something, but I figured let that do what he has to do. So
that's okay. I'll just I'll put the link in the chat. So that anybody who wants to come up, feel free. It is open panel as we speak. Please keep in mind though that we are. Well, it goes without saying. We are what we are focusing on as we speak. A channel of critical thinking, objective viewers as adults, and the antithesis of what the rest of YouTube seems to represent. That being said, anybody wants to come up and share in the conversation as we are, feel free. We'd love to have you.
I've said jokingly that sometimes when I have private conversation with my buddy, I say, get a piece of 2x4, go in the back of the apartment and bang yourself over your head. Why? Because you need to get your attention. Because it's not about getting my attention. I said, I'm just sharing out loud, guys.
Right.
It's kind of like the monk that gets a hit in the back of the head. Because that person, they're distracting themselves. Well, I have an enemy. I said, okay. So who do you think this enemy is? And it's not outside. So let's play that. Well, I'm not my own enemy. I said, well, then who's your friend then? Could be the same thing. Again, it's all perception to a certain point. How I perceive things. And am I perceiving it with a program that doesn't allow itself to question itself?
I have a challenge for anybody listening. Envision how you would see the world for a day if you were never taught any language.
Mm-hmm. You'd be a mute at that point. You would have to emphasize more on other senses.
You would be a hell of a lot more centered on fact, because you wouldn't have the conditioning of distraction.
Oh, with
At
words
least,
anyway. With words.
at least from the words. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
There would still be distraction, of course, but that deep part of it, right? That's such a huge monumental part of, distraction really is just, a thing about, deflecting focus. Where is your focus?
Mhm. And once you do have focus, are we applying clarity to it? You know, are we breaking it down a little bit with details? Like even when we use the word distraction, we could be way off even with that, but we're entertaining the idea that things are a distraction or how our perceptions are a distraction. You know, we should be able to be
Distracting
like,
from what?
yeah, that's a question then at that point. And then you go inwards and say, okay, for me, distracting from, you know, some of the mundane things I do in my existence, well, then that opens up another question. Well, what is my existence? This is kind of the Pandora's box. It's not about answers. You just get more inquiries. And then
Right.
eventually something inside will say, no, Dom, this is beyond your scope. Respect the fact that you've heard it, but that's as far as you're going. Note it, maybe in some other experience, maybe I'll gather other information, and then eventually you'll come back to it. It's like when my buddy said, Dom, next time you're at a thrift store, can you look for this? I thought, oh, why'd you tell me that now? Well, because I've already mentally noted that. So then months or years will go by, I'll be in a thrift store. I'm like, oh, I remember my buddy saying to look for this. And there it is. My recall system is there. Where for a lot of people, that recall system could be used in some areas, but not in other areas. So, well, the fact that you have a recall system, try to transfer that over to another situation.
The one fundamental place, common denominator, that is a huge, thing where distracted people, are doing, since we touched base on it with the focus, is, they're distracted by embracing 1,000,000% placing their focus everywhere but inward.
Mhm.
And practicing that consistently and getting extremely efficient and good at that. To the point where they don't even recognize that there is an inward to focus on.
Well, it's like, I know people, when people see, like when you take a picture with a phone, like an iPhone or something, that
Mhm.
picture now, and then you say, well, I've taken the picture. But yet when you go into the program itself, you realize, well, why am I able to expand it more and see other things I never saw before? Even though I took the picture, the distraction would be somebody telling me, Dom, do you see the glass half full, half empty? So now they've given you two sides, hoping for you to actually play a clever game with yourself and see only one or the other. Where a wise child will turn around and say, well, Dom, can I talk about the table that glass is on? Sure, you can. Can I talk about that? I see the painting. Yes. Can I actually talk about? I have an inquiry saying what's in the liquids. Sure, you can. Can I tell you also, Dom, or at least say to you? Can I ask you or tell you that I don't see the words I'm speaking? I said now that person's taken the duality, where most people are trying to be forced into a singularity, opposed to there's many possibilities that you're seeing. That's where the distraction comes, where a person just focuses on one thing only, but ignoring the fact that you're seeing many things at any given moment. Again, that's in the waking state. When you're in a dream state, that's a different game now. You know, this is why people say, okay, do I do the free throw or do I go and do in term visualization? I said, it depends if that's your gift. Some people have to do things over and over again. They have to form their vessel to get into that, you know, entrainment of the vessel. But other people can do it inwards, and then there's something always going on inside. And then eventually say, well, it comes more smoother, easier, whatever word they want to use. Again, it's all depending on each individual person. This is where certain teachings, like Confucius, you got to find out what your gifts are. And usually that's the responsibility of the parents in the first 13 years. And then hopefully then you can apply that to the community and say, this person's a seer, this person's a mystic, this person's good with numbers. And then this is how we grow with each other. You know, tribal people used to do that with their kids. And I think so they still do. They'll put them in an elusive state to find out if they have the gift of the eye, where they can see through a certain animal's eyes. Now, for the common civilized person that's been so dumbed down, well, I don't believe that. Okay, but
Right.
let's say you saw that. Is it beliefs now, or is that knowledge, knowing? Well, yes. But of course, a lot of people say, but I don't have that gift. I said, then you're tainting it for others. Respect and be grateful for when you see somebody else's gift, because it'll be your turn eventually in some other areas. But for most people, it's all about me, 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 me. Okay, so you're doing left-hand path. Good for you. Well done. Yep.
Maybe you do have the gift, it's just atrophied or even underdeveloped or whatever, and blah blah blah. But
Yep.
there is other examples where it's not so quote unquote supernatural, right, in that category, even though that's a misnomer too. But for example, rhythm, right? That's a thing that some people have a natural thing about counting rhythm in music, and other people are just absolutely horrid at it.
Now, some people can see colors when they play instruments. That's don't give. I give them the benefit of the doubt, because then I'm going to ask questions. Now they may turn and say, but you don't have it. I said, no, the questions I'm asking is for your benefit, not mine.
So, but here's a good way to cross-reference that, right? So, like, just because you don't have the natural gift of rhythm and you're terrible at it, does that mean that you can't equate that somebody right in front of you who is impeccable with it, very gifted at it, is just not true? That's not a, that's not a thing then?
Again, it's one of those things, NG, where most people aren't going to be able to play an instrument, but there's a part of them that can appreciate instruments. This is not always about doing, it's about being. So I can't run like a guy like Usain Bolt, but I can appreciate it as the observer, that person's learned a craft. And I can also go inwards and realize, but then he's going to be in a competition with a bunch of other people that have learned the same craft. This is how you become somewhat aware that you're pretty intelligent, and then you're going to be in a group of other people that are intelligent, because you're always trying to help develop the race through the few that do that. If we relied on everybody understanding or being able to do Wi-Fi, we'd just be at a very snail pace. Same with learning how to build cars, let alone airplanes and all that. Of course, that's all being manifested in the physical, where what is really out there first. Me and Nuke are gonna build a chair. What's first? The idea that we're using the words, opposed to we create it and then we give a name to it. In some areas, it's a bit of both. So again, we've been discovered like a Wi-Fi. And then of course, when people start understanding symbology, they give a symbol to it. It's like when I was younger, I used to look at all the different cars. I'm wondering why they all have like a Ford emblem, a Toyota emblem, a Honda emblem. And then you start realizing those are all things to anchor things. When people talk about an athlete like Michael Jordan, you're giving energy to him, whether positive or negative, because it's usually the negative energy that fuels the positive energy. But again, people will say things and they'll use their own assumption, which we all do, and say, well, I don't like negative. I said, well, then how does a car work then with the battery? You have to have negative and positive. You need polarities to manifest and work this realm. Now, a person will say, well, Dom, I don't want to be here. I said, then my question is, why are you there?
Yeah. Why are you here right now? Yeah. What are you waiting for?
Now, they don't have to answer us, Nuke, at that point. But they've already put themselves out there by saying, well, I don't want to be here. I said, well, then did you ever put that question? Why are you here? Well, I never thought of that. I said, exactly. You never thought of it. It never came across thoughts. So you're not really working with the mind. You're trying
what
to
they're really saying is, I'm not having a good time right now. So I would ask them, why, what is making you say that?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to be a gluttonous. I want to have more of this. And part and parcel because we live in an age where if me and you grew up in a small community, we would never know what other people are doing like a day's walk. But today we're able to see what other people do. They have Rolls Royce, Mercedes, we see poverty. And of course, most of us are being bombarded with information where it'll strike, for some people, if not a lot of people, their energy of envy or jealous. Well, I'm not getting what they have. I said, but do you understand what they have to go through? Well, I don't care about that. I said, so you want the cake and you don't really care about how to make it and how to clean up. I said, yeah, you sound very childlike. Now they'll get all upset. I said, you just reinforced it. Yeah, so right. It's one of those.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be upset. Why would you care? Why would you react?
Yeah. We could joke about it, but it would be very harsh if we're talking to a buddy when we already know, especially if you're reading body language, they're already getting defensive. And especially when you're, and it's happened to me, and another buddy had to point that out to me. So Dom, you had some valid points, but you were trying to make a point or share with him in his house. Most people don't realize how much you're going to try to defend your environment. So a lot of us are in these, with this technology, that if you're in your house, you don't realize, people don't, not you, but a lot of people don't realize how much you're defending your own environment, but you're looking precariously through a lens. They don't decipher the difference. And whoever's aware of this kind of stuff, either they're giggling or they're saying, "No, it's working perfect." Let them just keep on playing the game with each other. We'll give them Black Lives Matter. We'll talk about AIDS. We'll talk about this. And then it just runs. It grows its own legs.
And there's no end to it.
Yeah, and then you get people, "Oh, I'm a university professor and all that." I'm like, "Okay, so you're the student then." "What do you mean?" I said, "The university that you went to, the people change, the people that teach change, the institution change. So what actually stays constant? The name that you give to it. I don't give a damn if you went to Harvard. I don't give a damn if you went to Yale." "Yeah, but I do." I said, "Bingo, but I'm telling you my own boundaries. I don't give a damn. So then what are you going to offer me? If I'm going to be truly rationally selfish, what do you offer me?" "Yeah, but everybody," no, we're not talking about everybody else. We're talking about me now." And most people don't stand up for themselves by establishing their boundaries. So you're a doctor. What does it mean to be a teacher? And who are you here to teach? Or you're a physician. So you're here to heal. Who are you to heal? "Well, I'm here to heal other people." "Oh, so you're also there to make sure that they actually get, diseased?" "Well, no." I said, "So then how can you be only one part but not the other part?" "Well, I never thought of that, Don." Like, "Oh, so you spent 15 years getting a university degree. Well done. Well done. Step one." But then they'll give me all the defense. "Yeah, but I earn a lot of money." I'm like, "That's nice. Did you create the money?" "Well, no." It's like when somebody tells me, they'll say a story, like they'll give me one of their little stories, like, "Dom, when I was a kid, I was an athlete." I said, "Okay, that's nice. But did you create your opponents?" "Well, no." "Did you create the sport?" "No." "So how important are you in the system of things?"
Why
"Well,
is
I'm
being
not."
important so important?
Because that's another program, you know that. But for a lot of folks, they've never challenged that with themselves. Now, the guys
With
that are
such pride, they
narcissists,
show you their paycheck too, right? It's like, look
yeah, well,
what, look at the accomplishment.
true. Again, I'm just laying that out there. You've laid it out there. What other people do with it, that's on them. Don't shoot the messenger. Why? Because the messenger can just be the student themselves. I could be a puppet on a string here. People might turn around and they'll say jokingly, "Oh, you're an Asian." I said, "Aren't we all Asians then?"
I am whatever you say I am.
Yeah, exactly. No,
And it will stay that way. So I will never disagree with anybody who projects whatever they think I am. My response will always be, "You're absolutely correct."
yeah, there you go. Let it go. Feed their ego. But that's for them to learn.
Right.
Same with me. It's for me to learn. There's times when, I remember when I was in my relationship with my wife. Obviously, I've said the word my wife, Judith. And I would share something that was in my opinionated phase, and still am. And she said, "Well, Dom, as long as that makes sense to you." I said, "I never thought of that." Yes, as long as it makes sense to me. But I should also be able to question my senses. Even that, I'm using the word "my sense." What is that really? What am I really trying to say to myself? That I own it?
But they were so sure when they projected what they said I was, that I was going to engage in a pissing match.
Mm-hmm.
They were so sure of it, right?
Yeah. And then at that point, I could say jokingly, "Have you fasted long enough?" Why? Because I want to know if that's urine therapy we're doing next. But I know I'm witty enough that I have those kind of conversations because I realize there's certain people, especially when these things are being recorded, there could be other people that are going to hear this and say, "I'm very grateful." Why? Because usually the people that are communicating with each other, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. I can't even say that with you. You're aware of a lot of stuff. Where for us, we're going to continue growing. But for a lot of them, they have never even started yet. If anything else, what they're growing is all their distractions. They're overemphasizing on one particular view.
They haven't starting.
Mm-hmm. I can say that about myself. There's a lot of areas in my life I'm very ignorant. So I'm realizing it's ignorant and awareness kind of goes hand in hand. But am I choosing to learn in my ignorance?
Knowing that opens the door.
Mhm.
That's important. Come to terms with that.
But if I think I know everything, I'm like, oh, okay, so I know everything. So how does that serve me? Or am I just making my own small little surrounding so narrow? So then I'm going to say what I'm really saying that I know just a few things that I choose to leave in my little door or my little house. Well, then that's going to be constraint.
What's the
It's,
point of leaving religion to make your own?
yeah, it's just another dogma.
That's the new Guru Emblem, is actually mocking the ideology behind that. And it's a beautiful thing because it reflects the individual's view. And they tell me exactly, is that what they're going to focus on right before we start? I set the narrative stage for that because that's what people tend to do, right? Is like, okay, come bring your religion to me if that's what you think is important,
I dare not present some of this information to a child that's somewhat aware. There's Christianity, there's Muslims, Islamic, there's the teachings of the Bhagavad, there's all these isms. The child would say, so then why do people actually pick a side? I said, because son, as you get older, that's the conditioning that's going on. And people don't realize how much energy usually travels to the strongest energy. It doesn't decipher itself as bad or good. So if a whole bunch of people in the room are very religious and you're the kind of person that you're very receptive, or in this case, open-minded, your energy is going to be pulled towards that. You're going to do a lot of struggling with them. You might even challenge it, but eventually you're going to be pulled into that energy unless you pull yourself away and say, listen, either I leave because I'm not here to change the masses' way of thinking or feeling in that case. That's why when I remember I came to the realization that being raised a Roman Catholic, even though I was born in Canada, the state and religion, I questioned it and I started doing research and I'm like, interesting. I heard myself saying, I'm not going to permit myself to be converted to anything else. I'll just observe it for what it is. So that at that point I can actually study things for the sake of studying it. But when somebody says to me, Dominic, I voted for somebody, I said, now you've picked a side. You haven't taken that narrow path. You've done those two cliffs. I'm either liberal or I'm conservative. Either I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim, just to give it a very small area. Because even when you're a Christian, then you can start saying, okay, am I Jehovah Witness? Am I a Seventh-day Adventist? These are all the different categorizations we do. Hence the word subdirectory, subscribe.
Siding is the antithesis from whole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People tell it to other people like, oh, I've subscribed to your channel. Okay, fuck all to me. What did you get from that? What do you mean? I said, I'm more about the message. I'm not about whether or not you're going to give me whatever they program by giving me emoji or give me a thumbs up. I said, this is how we're becoming conditioned. We're becoming so lazy. It's like having a calculator. Eventually, most people aren't even going to use how to work with numbers. Oh, let me just punch that in there, which is fine. But then they'll say words like, well, there's an indoctrination. I said, you just don't know how wide that is. We shouldn't have to subscribe to each other, but I get it, oh, Dom, but I'm going to be monetized. Okay, so once you're monetized, now you can't go around talking about health. What do you mean? I said, well, the only reason why you can't talk about health is if you're making financial gains from it. You can talk about St. John's Wort if you want.
But if you're worried about being demonetized,
again, now we're talking, that's when they're talking about commerce court. If I go to court and all of a sudden some big corporation says to me, well, Dom, you've been talking about something. Yeah, what's the financial gain I got from it? About
exactly.
nothing. So then why am I in commerce court?
To
give each other, go ahead.
People will lie when there's a good enough reason. Money is always a good enough reason. So you're going to censor yourself and sell yourself out.
Mm-hmm.
For that reason and that purpose.
Mm-hmm. And we do it too, people, these cliche, well, you can't use certain words that happened between 2019 and 2021. I said, why not? Because you're talking on a
somebody platform. Said that to me, I'd say, watch me.
Well, you can, but there's going to be rewards from it. I don't worry about punishment, the rewards. What reward did you get from putting your hands on the stove? So in this case, what happened during those couple of years was it was a test to see how many people truly are obedient. And their concept or the illusion of being disobedient, they're actually being obedient because that's what they're looking for. Now, a certain person will say to me, well, Dominic, it's a virus. I said, do you understand what a virus is? Do you understand how that works? Do you understand how Wi-Fi works? its effects? Well, no. I said, so then why are you defending something? I find people that are anti-vaxxers the same as the people that value that stuff. I said, you're doing it for commerce. You want to be on somebody else's plane, you have to follow the rules. You want to be on the train, you have to follow the rules. Me and you have a store. Regardless of why we choose to follow those policies, you come into my store, you got to follow the policies and not get the fuck out. Now they might turn around and say, well, I don't want to. I said, now we have to create a system called police and policies. Why? Because your parents failed you miserably to understand the system that you're in.
And you're continuing to fail miserably to neglect wanting to understand and taking the responsibility for it.
But they'll quickly defend it. But I have rights. I love it when the folks want to talk about, well, a police officer pulled me over and I basically got into some fucking word salad and fucking diarrhea of the mouth by saying, but I have rights. I said, aren't you driving a car? Well, yeah. Okay. So did you create the car? Well, no. Did you create the road? Well, no. So there is rules to follow. So you're going to rip into what? A person that just works for the system? Yeah, but if I go to court and I can fight it, I said, yeah, you're just revealing the elites have their own games. Because most elites do not have citizenships. So that's why laws in certain countries, if not all countries, don't apply to them. Hence being above what we say the word laws, but it's not really laws. Those are just policies.
Right.
Laws is something for nature and it
Right.
has boundaries. So,
Right.
But they like to play that game. What they're doing is they're showing that they're self-absorbed. How does anarchy look like for the masses, not for the one or two? I get self-governing, but what about governing the self? But it goes back to what you've been sharing. I've been sharing it too. You have to be honest with yourself. Know thyself. Help the self, not the other way around. Self-help. I don't want the fucking child to tell me what to do. I tell the child what to do. I tell the program what to do. It's there to serve me, not the other way around. But that opens up the question: who's the me? Well,
Write the program.
Mm-hmm.
Write the program. Know that your ability is to write the program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's powerful but also take responsibility for what you're writing. Make sure that it's healthy.
Mm-hmm. If you're going to live in nature, that's a different program. But when you're living in civilization, there's been a lot of programs that's already been established. Now I love it when a person says, well, Dom, I'm living off grid. I said, you're using another fun terminology. I said, but you're using a car, right? Well, yeah. You're using satellites. Yes. Well, yeah. I said, so what part of living off grid are you? You're just not playing with electricity? Because if you're living off grid, you're not using the words living off grid. You're living with nature at that point. And do you want to be interdependent with nature? For me, I'm okay living in civilization. I know the plight that I'm in. I want to be more carefree in this realm. I'm not the kind of person that's going to be a monk and spend a lot of time being disciplined to myself. But I'm honest with the self. Where other people think honesty is it's always constantly going to be a positive reward. It could be. But be true to oneself. If a person talks like a crook and acts like a crook, they're being true to themselves. It's the guy that said, well, Dom, I'm an honest Christian. I said, didn't you just kind of cleverly do some tax evasion? Well, yeah. So then you're not really being true to yourself. You're being a hypocrite at that point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is fine as long as they're honest with themselves. They don't have to tell me publicly, privately say, yeah, Dom, I play a game. I don't really give a shit about anybody else. Good for you. Good for you. No problem. At least I know where you stand.
And that's where the rubber meets the road. And the factual truth is most people are not only not in the corporate society, right? Most people are not only not honest with themselves, but also not interested in being honest with themselves. That's why they're not honest with themselves.
And again, this is how we keep each other in check in a hideous way. It's like, well, they'll hear, say what I'm sharing. And then they'll say, well, what about you, Dom? I'm like, how interesting. I'm sharing openly that my own plight. It's no different if I was a Muslim woman and I'm wearing a mask and I choose I don't want to wear a mask. How quickly the rest that are doing it will reinforce it. You're trying to keep me in a box where I'm willing to question the box that I'm in. So then I'm quick enough to tell people, I said, how does that serve you, what you just said about me? Well, it doesn't. So then why did you say it? Because there's a program running in there that's wanting to defend itself. And they'll say shit like, oh, Dom, I agree with you. I don't give a shit about your fucking agreements. Well, Tom, I don't agree with you. I don't give a shit about that. I said, did you, I'm the kind of person who said, let's lay it out. What do you value? Because if not, if I tell you straight out, I don't value agreeing or disagreeing, it gives them an understanding. I said, well, then therefore, Dom, I must be projecting. Sure you are.
The
My,
moment
my,
somebody goes into that mindset of that's just out of the realm of truth, it's like pinching somebody on the arm, and let's have a debate over whether that hurts or not. If that's your mindset, it's just so cut and dry that I'm not interested in that.
Mhm.
If we can't even establish a common denominator, that 1 + 1 is 2, there was really no foundation to go further with. Just a waste of time.
It can
And
be, it could be,
life is short, and I've got a responsibility to myself first and foremost, and that will never be put anything less than priority. But as I've done that in life, it's given me the ability to engage with others who are wanting to embrace that for themselves in that way, and experiencing something with them in a pretty profound way. And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been very beneficial.
I think what I've heard when I hear people talk, there's a lot of self-absorption going in different areas. The person that says, I want to live off grid and doesn't want to help their fellow being is a very selfish being. Very. They're no different than the elites that say, I'm going to build a castle and I'm going to abstain myself. I want my cake and eat it. That's very selfish.
Which fellow being are we talking about?
It could be anybody.
The one. What about the one that's not interested?
Well, again, it depends. Why are we here? Are some of us here just to experience, or are some of us here to aid our other beings that for some reason have gone into some sort of attachments? They've gone into some sort of coma. Again, this is kind of like the one that want to be a Buddhist opposed to I think it's called a Bodhicitta. You're here to help. You don't want to feel, okay, I'm going to leave this realm and leave everybody else behind. That doesn't mean you can change anybody, but you can at least share. So that person that wants to experience that, I'm going to live in a cabin by myself, be with nature, could also be a selfish act.
What isn't a selfish act?
That's a question that anybody can do it and realize that maybe that's the reason why we keep coming into these forms, because we are selfish beings.
Can you even get away from that?
I don't know. I'm being honest when I say to myself, I don't know. That's probably why I'm willing to probe, just for the sake of probing.
There is nothing that you can't do that. There's nothing you can do that isn't a projection of a selfish interest. Mm-hmm. Even the most selfless act is still because of selfishness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've done studies on the concept of rationally selfish. Me and you both going for the same kind of job. We're going to get to know each other. What are some of your skills? We hope the best for each other. And if you get the job, well done, Nook. And I'd say, okay, so what did you do that can help me be me later on for my next job interview? But for most people, they're selfish. Let's all run, but hey, Dom, make sure you have a broken leg. Nook, make sure your arms are tied behind you. I said, well, now you're looking for advantages then? I said, well, how about we just learn each other's gifts and let the best person at that moment learn and win, and then we can teach each other. And to find out whether or not my limitations of my abilities is the reason why you have your abilities. Again, most people are so turned outwards that they forget to turn inwards. That's why I say it's a selfish act. It's an act. The word act, practical, action, actor, fact. The word act gives it away. You're in an acting realm. And, this is why we're in the illusion. Is it a selfish act to go inwards and just observe things for what it is? No, not really. But when it comes to the outside, when we're communicating with each other or, preaching with words or preaching with action, it will come across as very selfish. Now, if a person thinks it's good or bad, that's where it gets skewed. Now, a person's bringing in their likes or dislikes. No, is this a selfish act?
Right.
A selfish act. That's all I'm saying. It reveals a person if they've already slanted it by saying, well, I live precariously with all my labels of right or wrong.
Right. And that's where the jaded compass guide that most people have for discernment is not discernment. It's judgment instead of discernment with a healthy compass gauge, which the closest thing that I can find of being objective with that is by asking the question, is it healthy or not?
I'm hearing you. I think that's more subjective than objective. The objective is we're always trying to label it. So in this case, it would be very subjective. It's in thoughts. The unknown versus the known. The
Observing the
is,
outcome with that question in mind is the closest thing I can get to a healthy, even the basis for it is health, right? It's the closest thing I can get with for being objective as a subjective mind can do.
Well, there's that energy again. It's like our reflection is done in the subjective, not the objective. People will say, well, Dom, I'm trying to reflect on that car. I said, that's still the object. The observer is what some people would call the subjective. It's like the subconscious. The subconscious is actually the one that actually takes in all the information. The conscious mind, in this case, the awakened state, is just the programs. So if anybody wants to make a change, it has to be done in the subjective, not in the objective. You can change the car, color it differently and all that. I said, yeah, but where are you seeing colors? Well, I'm looking through my eyes. I said, no, you're going to say the word red. Where do you see red? It's kind of like the blind person somebody's trying to describe to a person a red truck to a blind person. And then eventually the person that's talking to the blind person, I said, have you ever seen a truck, let alone the word red? Well, no. How interesting. Somebody that thinks that they're seeing has been blind the whole time. Again, this is where the senses, all of them, there's many of them, can easily be misled.
Happens all the time, and many people would rather settle, and they're so curious about the description of ketchup. They want you to tell you all day long, describe ketchup to me. I just want to tell them, taste the fucking thing. Yeah. And if you don't want to do that, quit asking me. But again, that's the thing. People are really caught up in their egotistical storytelling, and they'll do that with each other. They'll go on, tangents forever and think that they're getting somewhere. And that's perfect. I'm perfectly okay with that. That's exactly what they should do.
Well, you should, again, if people want to break their silence and talk about it, this is why I call it diarrhea of the mouth, because I'm doing it right now, where some people might say, okay, I'll use that as an example, ketchup. You taste it. Okay, first impression could be lasting impression. So if you gauge a lot of things with one sense, then a person will say, but another person wants to know, where is the word ketchup? Now somebody will say, okay, it's written down on the object. I said, but when I say the word ketchup, why is another person somewhere else can say they're visualizing ketchup? But are they really visualizing, or they're visualizing the object? Again, this is where it goes, the unknown versus the known, the spiritual versus the material. People like to use the word evil. I'll say the material world, the evil world. You're living in a very constant realm where you see trees. Yes, but do you see air? Well, no. Do you see the four winds? No, I don't. So you see those two objects up in the skies. Are they really objects? What do you mean? I said, me and Nuka here now, banging on this wall. That's what we call material. Can we say with a surety that those two objects in the sky are material, or are they just images? This is where some people play with the idea that they could be projections from somewhere else. Again, you have to entertain ideals. Where could there be different land masses? Where's Odin? Over there. Where's Germanica? Over there. Where's Atlanta? Over there. But most people are caught up because they're giving a description of a picture. This is Earth. Okay, dry land. Okay, here it is. Here's the seven continents. Absence of water, we have dry land. But for a lot of folks, that program does not set in them, because they have other programs running. Well, I'm a globalist. Okay, so what does it mean to be a globalist? Are we talking about economic globalist, or because you're favoring those two objects in the sky because there's fucking nothing down here that's up there? So there's no clear-cut evidence that you could say it's either or. But people will have those arguments. Think about religion. How many people will argue with each other, say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim? Oh, okay, carry on.
Because they're interested in, and this is what happens. Religion is just the interest of talking about the description of ketchup without ever having tasted it,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to
Experiencing it.
convince me what this ketchup thing tastes like when you never tasted it for yourself.
Mhm.
Because the reality is, if you taste it for yourself, you don't need to, you can just shut up and enjoy it. You don't need to say anything anymore. Those who know speak nothing. There's nothing to
Well,
say.
the example on that would be then you can spin it where you have 40 people in front of a stove. How many people are going to have to put their hands on the stove to realize, well, I could be the observer? Yeah, you don't always have to experience it. There's a fine line there at that point, NG, because to experience one thing, but then to explain to somebody else, but we're always the observer. I don't always have to manifest it into the physical. It's like when somebody says, Dom, I'm wise. Okay, so you're wise on the physical level, because that's usually what some people will call wisdom. I said, so you're going to have to explain to me through your wisdom what it took to be a diabetic or have a heart attack. Well, I wouldn't want to talk about it. I said, well, that's what people call wisdom. How do you prevent all of that? For some people, they just know, I don't have to put my hands on the stove.
Right.
Some people might turn around and say, yeah, I kind of know what ketchup is, but I just don't want to taste it. Now, somebody else say, yeah, but then you can't truly, what? I can't weigh in on this conversation. You're fucking right, I can. That's like saying I don't vote and I can't weigh in on how the system works. It's when you don't experience it. Now you become the observer of those things. It's like language. Do you literally have to speak it out loud, or can you observe it from within? Most people don't gatekeep each other within themselves, meaning that they're not listening from within. When people say to me, Dom, you're listening to me, I said, that's erroneous. You should be listening to you. What you're doing is you're hearing me. Listening is an internal thing. But unfortunately, people say, but those are just words. I said, well, then you don't understand energy then. When I see the number 9, I don't see this how I use it. I understand energy. And then once you start placing those things, it's like placing the word A within a word. It's energy. Those
But
are
I
all
bet
programs.
typically you get the responsible fluoride stare, because the not only do they not understand energy, they don't know that there's an energy to understand. They don't know what they're made of. They
Maybe.
don't know
And
what
then,
they are. Not who they are, but they don't even know what they are. They're not even questioning that. Right.
Mhm. And the ones that usually defend, and it feeds, other things, whether it's your heart or what goes to the heart. I mean, that's why it's very weak heart in that sense where, well, this person's debating this other person. I said, no, debating and masturbation should be done alone. Outside of that, what are you sharing out loud? Because the one that should be hearing all of this stuff is the one that's within, not outside. We're playing with each other. It's like, I get it, when people say, oh, Dom, I'm the devil's advocate. I said, fuck, you're not worthy enough to be the devil, but you are going to be an adversary. So in this particular case, the person keeps practicing over and over again how to make a
I'm the
3 point.
tooth fairy advocate.
The tooth fairy, a wisdom teeth. My wisdom
Right.
teeth pulled out. But I'll give you an example, Nook, where somebody will practice something over and over again. In this case, a person's doing a 3-point shot. And now it's okay, now you're ready for an adversary. I stand in front of the person, he goes to do a 3-point shot, I give him a punch in the fucking gut. He says, well, why would you do that? I said, no rules were established. I told you I'm going to be an adversary. I'm not interested in making a 3-point shot. You're the one that's been practicing the whole time. You're the one that should understand. Have you established rules? I get it. Most people want to go to university. I'm just using that as an example. Or a person will go work and, whatever career they want to choose to have or craft. But have they truly challenged it? Because they're not ever have an adversary. And that should be from within. I love it when people say, oh, I've been practicing with the bow and arrow. I've been hitting a target. Who's to say you've been hitting the right target? You would have been better off shooting in the fucking dark. The dark, the unknown. Now, there's a good chance whatever's in the unknown could be really there to deceive you. But you should at least learn how to question things. It's like when I tell people, I said, if you're going to do a 5-stage of grieving, have you ever practiced to be angry? Well, no. Then how are you going to be able to do the 5-stage of grieving if you've never practiced anger, denial? Again, because especially with men, they're preset with their upper hemisphere, not their upper brain, not their lower brain.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why when they get all caught up, oh, Don, what are you talking about? I'm not a feminine energy. I said, you're so caught up in the material thinking that you're males or females. Where the energy of masculine energy, that's the programmable energy, the feminine energy, the teachable energy. Why? Because the midbrain is where the mind communicates with. not the upper hemisphere. The upper hemispheres are usually the ones that are scribes and scholars. They like to read information precariously through their king and queen ideal, where you go in the mid part of the gut. We're receivers. That's the best way I can describe it. We're walking receivers, hence the kingdom from within. We're receivers, and there's many receivers within us. And how do people engage in those receivers?
We're both receivers and transmitters.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's true. We do both. You know, it's the same with technology. You know, when people finally admit, oh, you mean that the TVs of old, even today, it's a double? They can actually see us as much as we're seeing them? Sure, they would be. You know, energy is energy. But I get it. You know, we're just trying to manifest it in the material. You know, when people start looking at how things that we create here, it's movement. You know, a car is movement. The vessel that we are is movement. Is that life? Probably not. But it's movement nevertheless. You know, I roll a ball down the street. It's moving. Does it mean it's alive? And that's the perception I give to it. Sure. And that's why when people communicate with animals, why? Because you're talking to another living being within that animal. It's doing the same thing we're doing. We're picking up sounds and frequencies. So the person says, but I keep calling you Charlie. I said, no, it's picking up the word char, the sound from the word that you're saying. No different people have learned that. Most animals, or some animals, like I said, my apologies, they're seeing auras. You know, a lion might see the aura of another animal, and it's a weak aura. So they figure I have to remove it, where a mother deer might step in front of it because the baby aura hasn't developed yet. Think about guys that go clubbing. They're looking for the weaker aura. They want to take advantage of it, opposed to respecting it for what it is. I need to actually help uplift it. You know, there's men don't realize how much they're predators in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but yet they only see it in extreme cases in wars, or they'll say, well, he's a narcissist or sociopath or psychopath. You're seeing extreme cases of people that aren't developed emotionally. Well, what about the people that are with these kind of characters? What are they really saying about themselves? They must be really fucked up, I guess.
Right.
You know, my husband's a narcissist. Oh, okay, so
why are you there then?
He's a narcissist. Okay, so what
that
about
means
you?
you're a masochist.
Yeah. You know, well, I'm not like him. I only spend a couple hours putting on makeup. Do you understand what a narcissist is then? It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. But people put labels on it. A sociopath. A sociopath
Right.
would be somebody that I'm going to work for 30 years at a job that I fucking just don't feel fulfilled for the end result. That's a sociopath. A psychopath would be the same kind of person, but he said, but along the way, I'm going to be a manager. I'm going to fucking hate people. I'm going to fuck them over. That's just the difference. But both of them are still sociopath and psychopaths. They're just working at a job. They might see extreme cases when a guy's a CEO of a corporation. Well, how do you think it would work? You know, try to get a person that's really kind and considerate to other human beings. How long do you think that would last? You'd be ripping holes into them on a regular basis. That's why you have to have your presidents and prime ministers and chancellors. You know, they have to handpick them from a whole bunch of other people. Yeah, we need another person that's a good puppet because the masses, they want the same old entertainment. Oh, Donald Trump's going to change this round. No, he's not. He doesn't have that ability. Well, if it's not him, it'll be Putin. No, he doesn't have that ability. But again, that's more distraction at that point, Angie. Talking about leaders of countries. Are they really truly leaders? Probably not.
No, they're spokespeople,
Yeah.
salespeople.
Salespeople, exactly. You know, I'm a consumer. Try to sell me. Oh no, I'm just going to consume freely. What do you mean? No, I don't consume. I said, don't you read books? Well, yeah. So you're a consumer. You know, people forget well, a lot of people never become aware. The main dogma is commerce. Sell me the ideal of religion. Sell me the ideal of state. Sell me the ideal of science. That's commerce. It's not just designated solely about, I got some chickens, give me some eggs.
You don't need to be sold on the truth.
No, you don't.
But you certainly need to be sold on religion.
Or religion or deceptions, you know.
Right.
It's always fun when I yip yap with atheists or humanists. I said, so let me understand this, guys. You grew up in a religious environment, but yet you don't agree with it. But yet you'll defend state.
Right.
You convert it from one dogma to another. I said, once you start challenging things, you got to challenge it all.
Mm-hmm.
If, of course, they're going to say, well, Don, well, how does that serve? It probably doesn't, but if you're going to play that game, religion is just one aspect. Science is another one. State, hold on, but I'm a capitalist. I said, listen, me and Newcombs, as an example again, where we're going to print endless amount of money and we're going to have a military. At that point, I can make fucking any ism work. So don't go around telling me about capitalism, democracy, or Marxism.
I'm an
or
American atheist.
Yeah, I'm an American. And that only works because the rest of the world are held hostage to play around with the Federal Reserve's version of fiat currency through America. Outside of that, it doesn't work. Americans would gladly flee America if all of a sudden their currencies were worth fucking 10 cents to the dollar and everybody else's currency was stronger. That's the conditioning.
It's the illusion that that one little piece of the equation means anything for the slave race anyway, It's like you believe that so blindly that you'll pretend that you're part of the superpower. Not that that's anything you really want anyways, but if you do, holy fuck,
It's just the empire sticking its head out again, whether it's Rome to England, from England to America. Like right now, a lot of people they're not realizing they've already shifted they're going back to the gold standard to other currencies. So they're just waiting to have all that in place with the digital and say, listen, America, you're $300 trillion in the hole. Your economy just collapsed. Fuck you. And the boat you came up. Anybody else that trades with you, they're in debt too. Now, people don't want to hear that because they only say, well, we're only $30 trillion in the hole. Really? You think so? You're not factoring in your pensioners. And if you do that, once again, how does that work? We get a budget every year. I don't care if you're American, Canadian. Those are just the illusion thinking that there's different countries. So now, how does it work? Well, I pay taxes. No, you're paying tribute to elite families and corporations. So what do you get now? You get an allowance called a budget. And what they'll do is they'll openly talk about it and say, okay, well, we're going to give money to the police academy. So what they're saying is to their big corporations friends, make sure you get all your money first, give them fire trucks, buy all that stuff. And then we're going to pay the firemen. But in all of that, you're always in the red from the get-go. It's like giving me a Visa card. Hey, Nuke, you just gave me a Visa card. Yeah, Dom, go ahead and spend it. Well, I have a $3,000 Visa bill. What does it say? Minimum $10. Don't even pay that, Dom. Just run it up even more. That's our system as a whole. And anybody that borrows money from the Federal Reserve, the American version, you're indebted. Now, people say, but I'm an American. I said, that has nothing to do with the Federal Reserve. Especially now when they're coming out with the digital currency with a credit system on it and an expiry date. It's just a different game. And we voluntarily walk around with their technology. So if there's ever been the ideal that there's another species taking over, they've been doing it all the time. And
America is just the name of a business.
Yeah, it's a corporation. Yes, it's just a business. That's all it is. And even that, people play the game. Oh, but America's only in Washington, D.C. I said, okay, you're one of those guys that think birth certificate. That means you're still the vessel, right? Yeah, that only works if you still think you're the vessel or the thoughts.
It's like being the employee of McDonald's, believing that you're the owner and being so proud of it.
Oh yeah, that's right up there when people say it's my team. I said, so you pay their players? Most athletes wouldn't even pay that kind of money to themselves.
Don't you realize that if you were the owner, you'd be really disillusioned if you were just thinking that you were obligated to pay taxes to yourself?
Well done. Yeah, exactly. It's a shell game that these guys, the system, I can't even say these guys, the system. And there's people that tap into it. And those are the kind of characters I will Dom. If I figure out the system, I say, yeah, you'll sell out your own in no time. That's where it becomes challenging.
In a heartbeat.
Surely would. Having the ability. One thing is to say, okay, Dom, I don't have the ability. I say, yeah, you wouldn't be the kind of person that would be rebirthed into some elite families. Why?
Because it's not team unity, it's team unity incorporated. Yeah, that's what you have to get, right? It's
good wording, by the way. Good wording.
The facade is a mirror of the reality. But if you can't see that it's a facade, you'll believe every part of it.
Yeah, and the word gives it away. Believe. Opposed to knowing, let alone having discernment or understanding. Belief system to me is a stumbling block.
Yep.
Image.
What's up, Mitch? Good morning, man.
Man, this weather sucks.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, nothing. This is wet. Made it wet.
Because it's wet. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's wet. We're going subtropical. I'm telling you, I swear we're going subtropical.
Were you there earlier, Dom, when I was sharing the quote of the day about belief?
No.
No. Okay, let me show it again. Yeah, that's right. And I was picking it apart to in depth more than I usually do because I wanted people who were viewing it at the time not to settle for just, oh yeah, that sounds nice or whatever, but really to understand it crystal clear. And so we went line by line, and it was very productive when it came to that for those who were with us. Okay, give me a second here and I'll put it up again. There it is.
I believe lots of things. I believe I could fly. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Oh, no, you showed that me before. I remember I shared, we are the ones that have the concept to believe the mind is something totally different. So we close that receiving ability to the mind. That's what belief systems usually do. It's funny when people talk about bullshit. I said bullshit is for that thing called Saturn. Belief system, that's what they're trying to imply. You know, BS is a Bachelor of Science, belief systems. So in this particular case, most belief system is they just assume what they think how things come to be. You know, like even now, Mitch, you were talking about it. Yeah, there is a change going on with this age, and it's going to affect the weather, or we'll see it how it affects it. And
You
that's
see,
what we call change.
if you're caught in the belief that belief is anything other than what belief is, you're really a fly stuck in the Vaseline.
Mhm.
With the belief that you are free because you have wings.
Well, if you do actually have wing and you can make yourself fly, regardless if you're doing it to manipulate it, then you would know. It's like, you know, I can only apply a belief if somebody tells me there's a guy named Jesus. I can only apply that. To know him, I never met him. But if I did meet him, I would know of him, but I wouldn't really understand what's his character. It's like Socrates. You know, people like to say that they do philosophy, but then they'll quickly say the word Socrates or Plato. I said, that's not philosophy. Going to university is not philosophy. Philosophy is about the whys. Why am I here? Now you can philosophize. Science would be more the hows. How do things come to be? Again, unless people understand the energy behind the whys and the hows. So in this case, a belief system is somebody tells me a story that the earth is round. Okay. And then they reinforce it by giving you pictures. So now you're playing on my senses. And like
Belief
I said,
is when you decided I'm settling for this and I'm not going to explore any further.
Yeah. The next step would be knowledge. Knowledge would be, this is why they have depictuation of, you know, when you go to churches and outside, you'll see a woman holding a baby. The woman is depicted as wisdom. The child is knowledge. That's why when you see the tree of life, where is knowledge? You know, to know things is a good start. A belief system is a stumbling block to it.
Right.
So for me to know, go ahead.
Wait a minute. When I cut a red pine down, that motherfucker's red inside. That's not belief. That's fact.
Right. That's what you're seeing. You don't need to believe. You don't need belief, trust, or faith to you know. It's irrelevant to the equation, isn't it?
Well, I do believe
At that
red
point,
pine's red in the center.
Okay, so for you, you've experienced that, Mitch.
See?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just something that just, I was sitting here thinking about it. It's like, well, wait a minute. I believe red pine's red in the center. So, I mean, and it is, it's red in the center. I'm confused.
You don't need to
Well,
believe that it is.
You're knowing now. At that point,
It's irrelevant.
I won't believe it until I see it. But once you see it, now you know of it. So when you see something like that, in that case, Mitch, you're experiencing it and you're probably observing it. Once you write it down or you convey that message to somebody else, it's a story to them. What people call fact is, okay, so Dom, I'm reading a book. said, yeah, but did you experience what was written? No. So then that's a story that you're reading that at that point. Unless you've experienced it yourself or you've observed it, hence being taken up in the spirit. What ends up happening, most people say the word fact. The word act gives it away. Did you truly experience it? Well, no. So then at that point, most people are parroting information.
And it's also the pursuit of when you intentionally decide to settle for anything other than factual truth. That's what belief is. You're telling
Yes.
yourself, I'm going to settle for that as the truth, as if it was, even though you don't factually know the truth. Instead of just staying with the honest thing with yourself, is I still don't know yet. And that's perfectly, that's okay that you don't know that. That just means that there's more to discover. And when you believe, you just say, I'm done wanting to discover anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And somebody
going
shows
to
me
settle for less than factual truth now.
somebody shows me a picture of Australia, okay, or shows me a video of it. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that that does exist. Now, another friend of mine said, Dom, I was in Australia. Now I'm actually doing the concept of trust. I'm trusting my friend because he's showing me no other reason not to trust him. But I still have not experienced Australia.
See, I don't need to trust people.
Mm-hmm.
Not one bit. I'm totally not interested in trusting people. I don't care
Mhm.
one bit. I'm going to delegate and coordinate with individuals, and they're going to show me what they're going to do. And based on what they're going to do, I'm going to decide if I'm going to continue to engage with them or not.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That's all.
you're leaning towards manifesting it in the material at that point.
That's all that's necessary for me. I don't need to trust people or not trust them.
But for a lot of people, when we're looking at devices, that's where I'm just going with it. You're sharing with you. I appreciate it. Now. But what I'm saying, most people don't realize for them, the difference between trust opposed to giving somebody the benefit of the doubt. I'm giving technology the benefit of the doubt that I'm actually seeing what I'm seeing, but I haven't experienced it, meaning that I have not, with my senses, been there. Even though my senses are picking it up with my visual, that goes back to a hologram. But now, if I actually been to a place that they've called Australia, I can validate that. I can verify that. But I've never been there. This is why when people say, I trust my parents, have you ever been able to question them? Do they teach you to question themselves? Well, no. So then your parents have
What
done an
level do you
injustice.
trust your parents? Are they perfect? They always tell the truth?
Well, at this point, the truth would be very, for a lot of people, subjective. Where should I be able to do pushback? Dad, so
Let's
it's Santa
flip the
Claus.
question and how much do your parents, how dishonest are your parents?
They're probably very dishonest with themselves. Think about Halloween or Christmas. The story does exist, but then people say, yeah, but there's a guy named Santa Claus goes down the
Right.
chimney.
Do they practice
There you
Christmas
go.
every year? Let's start with that.
Yeah.
No.
It's a story. Yeah. It's a story. Now, to do pushback on that, now parents will just laugh it off. Yeah, but that's just the way it is. I said, really? I said, you're telling me when I talk to my nephews and say, listen, guys, and usually when you talk to children, you're going to hear a little bit more honesty. Kids, if your parents ask you to go onto a total stranger's lap in the mall wearing a red suit, what do you think that is? Most of them, if they're wise enough to say, that's kind of creepy, Dom. Bingo. But people laugh it off like, oh, but it's Christmas, it's
Right.
Halloween, it's the 4th of July. Celebrating the 4th of July, what are you really doing? Are you really actually celebrating your enslavement? We're free. No, you're not. You're still in a cage.
Right. You can't even have a day of enjoyment to yourself unless if your government told you that was the day to do so.
There you go. There you go. There you go. But again, we should be able to question that from within. Sorry, go ahead.
That sounds good, Guru.
What'd you say, Mitch? You're cutting out there.
That sounds fucked up.
How dare you? How dare you share that kind of stuff openly?
Right. It sounds fucked up. You should try seeing through my eyes and watching how fucked up it is. Like, it's fucked up
You
on
ain't telling me
steroids.
shit. I watch them goddamn zombies every year. That's what my hometown, that's what it's known for, is fireworks. So people will travel all over the state to come Grand Rapids for fireworks.
All the days that people do that they practice are all, handed as delegation from, the thing that they also out against, that is controlling, and they're in disagreement with Mother's Day, Father's Day, you name it,
Wow.
right? Valentine's Day.
Whoa.
It's all.
Look at that one. Whoa. That's what you get. That's what you watch. When the people are doing the fireworks, you just see. That's all you see. If you watch their faces, I'm serious. It's funny as shit, dude.
It is. Ooh. They had a little pop for a second, right? It's like, and what are you watching when you watch fireworks? What's that a presentation of?
That little hole that my dad drilled into the tree where he put the 3 nails and the little piece of aluminum foil, and then the raccoon wouldn't let go of that motherfucking aluminum foil, and he had it trapped. It had its hand in the hole, and the raccoon was too stupid to let go of the fucking aluminum foil because it was sidetracked by the aluminum foil. It was shiny.
It's a ritual of being part of a death cult.
Yeah.
So it's what I just said.
Have fun.
It's what I just said.
Have fun. Boom, bam. You know, I mean, was that a bomb that just went off? Look at the pretty colors, right?
What are you doing?
You are a firecracker.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Everything that people do is in the corporate world is a projection of their enslavement to the ego. That's what it is. All the things that they celebrate and project, and they're so happy to do it, right? You know, they're so happy to have that little cookie crumb of pretend escapism, not realizing at all that the pretend cookie crumb of escapism is an extremely deep practice of enslavement.
I'm starting to get dirty looks every time I say that now. Got another $1 trillion. They just fucking look at me. That's funny.
Sure, they're not kinky looks opposed to dirty looks.
Well, it depends on who it is. No, they can keep it. I can only think it's like 2 that I'd be interested in the kinky look, but I got it.
You say that enough times, you might excite somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
Well, usually when a person has a reaction and they'll get angry, at least there's somewhat not indifference. You know, it's the ones that are like, well, you just said, no, that's not what it is. It's usually the ones that say, oh, no, I think what you're saying is a story. Yeah, that could be. You know, you need a little pushback because usually, you know, you can't work with somebody that's so numb. It's like, I don't care about that stuff, really. So I can tell you that the earth is going to crumble. Yeah, it is what it is.
Can we go back to the football score?
It could be, yeah. Well, even that, if you started breaking it down, even that, you know, sports and how it could be rigged or whatever. The guys that want to watch, go ahead, Nish.
Why would you go back to the football score? It's flip flop too. That's fucking rigged too.
Mm-hmm. Most things can be break down, at least to a certain level, you know, but a lot of folks, they just want the outcome. You know, my soap operas, TV movies and all that. And occasionally you'll get somebody, yeah, no, outcomes. My team won. I'm like, oh, it's your team now. Oh, okay, so what did you get from it? You know, and it's always interesting when guys use the term and say, well, I don't watch chick flicks. I said, you watch sports. It's the same fucking thing.
Right. I don't watch soap operas.
It's the same thing. You know?
I just go to work every day. Fuck. The projection of and the mockery of what people live in their life, you know.
Now, you can take it for what it is and appreciate that there's usually, in this case, men, more times not, but even women are in a lot of sports where they learn to craft. That's all it is. It's a craft. It's like me learning English. It's just when we forget, when we make mockery of something, we're throwing the baby with the bathwash. So in this case, no, you can still watch sports. Take it for what it is. It's entertainment. It's going to be scripted to a certain point. And there's going to be people that are going to be in the known. Same with the stock market. It's scripted. Yeah, but Dom, I get a lot out of what are you getting out of it? You're getting what, fiat currency out of the deal? You're getting what, more stocks? You know, I get it. Everything's scripted to a certain point. It's like watching WWE. It's scripted, but once you realize it's scripted, then you can start hearing them saying, they'll say the word damn and God. They already know whoever they are. They're already cursing another source. You know, like you think by accident they put in the word damn and God in movies? No, they understand some things. The rest of us are still asleep. I'm just trying to get my little piece while I'm here. I'll have a little piece of land. Yeah, good luck with that. You know, the whole ideal of making mockery of sports is the same thing being a farmer or a hunter. It's mockery. You're spending an enormous amount of energy fueling a vessel that's not you. Once you realize, what are you? Are you the seat of the vessel? Are you the essence of it? Are you the light for it? If not, then just sit back and enjoy the show and realize, okay, I'm going to be a pilot. I'm going to be a surgeon. I'm going to be a hunter. I'm going to be a farmer. I'm going to gather stuff, which is fine. We just have to be very wary when we're mocking situations that we're not mocking ourselves unaware.
It's not possible to mock without it being a projection of self.
You're aware of that, but for a lot of folks, they're not. You know what I mean? Like, it gives a pulse of humanity, or at least the human beings. Where do we pay the farmers more with this thing called fiat currency, or do we pay the people that are entertaining us? It's usually what entertains us. Even this thing that we're doing is a form of entertainment. We're entertaining ourselves by saying, well, you know, I might say the word, you know, the Walking Dead. Are we not the Walking Dead? We're eating dead fucking shit. We're eating animals that are dead. Unless you eat it fresh, and even that, what are you really eating? Are you drinking the blood? Are you picking up its aura? Did you respect the animal before you popped its head? Did you eat it? Did you kill a male animal opposed to a female one? Because, you know, you want to be able to reproduce, and that's just for hunting. Then you can talk about farming.
You know, it's funny. I just had somebody bring that up to me too about, you know, the some of the stuff like Nude's pushing right now with the plants and stuff. Well, plants are alive too, so you're killing a plant when you eat it too.
I never kill the plant.
Huh?
I never kill the plant.
I don't know. I'm just asking. It's something that was brought up to me.
It's correct where you're going with that, right? And yeah, they are alive, and you know, it's a much deeper level of view. You got to contemplate, just because it doesn't have a mouth to vibrate like that, the way that we pick it up with our ears, does that mean that when you squeeze its stem, it's not feeling harm?
Mm-hmm.
That's what somebody else was just saying. I was like, well, I'm gonna do what I'm doing spiritually, and they're like, well, it's proven that plants communicate, so you're still fucking eating something. You're just being
right.
an asshole. Yeah, they're like, you're just being an asshole. It's just something I'm putting out there.
You got to be really observant to see that plants have definitely a level of sentientism. They absolutely do. And that's why for me, I focus on the offerings, as I was saying the other day. And once I put that together, the what happened with my health, it was like turning on a switch. There's something happened with that I just can't accurately describe in words. And it was like click, yeah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? It was like this knowing thing. There was that piece of the equation was like just turned on, so to speak. And it makes perfect sense when it happens, when it's activated.
That's not how I got it, but close enough.
So, you know, and this is really another way of looking at it. A man's seed, right? A man's seed is full of like little seedlings that are swimming around and whatnot. But does that mean that every time you ejaculate, you're committing an mass genocide? Is there anything that's really being harmed there?
I can't see that, no, unless it continuously gets weaker and weaker every time you use it.
There's nothing in any of my fiber of being that states that that is accurate. Nothing that's ever given me that indication.
No, but me neither. But I'm just saying, as you know, as just basic common sense, the only thing that I could see being wrong with it is as you age, it gets weaker. So if you don't have a child, you might want to reserve that seed. If you want to have a kid and you don't have one, then you might want to reserve that seed. But most
Right.
people but most people that are getting rid of that seed like that want to have a kid. I guess maybe not.
What I'm saying is that there's an essence there in that form that is divinely pure enough to ingest without it being harmful. And I'm not talking about coming from human. I'm just using that as in seed form. And as a symbiotic relation that we have in nature with the rest of nature, where I'm at with this is the seed offerings from the plants in nature is where I've figured out to get the alignment of that essence. And when I did that, the things that were atrophied in my body started becoming active. I'm at the point now where I can see easily that I could reach the point where I no longer need to ingest. That's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to that, just a tip. And you're not going to ever get there eating dead flesh. You're not. It's just not happening. It can't. It's not going to give you that sustenance that you need for the development, the atrophication to return.
Usually a lot of that stuff is for the physical. So, there's the essence, the things, there's all living beings in many forms. So to release a being from a plant kingdom or the animal kingdom could be an honorable thing if your intent is honorable, but you're not killing the essence. You're just removing it.
The essence of a carcass is returning to recycling before it comes back into the essence of growth again. So if you ingest that, you're going to go in that direction. But if you ingest the essence of life in the growth direction, then you're going to go in that direction. It's really that simple.
Yeah, and I think when we get into these forms, we kind of forget that, energy is always around us, air, wind, that energy is always around us and it's always there.
Yep.
But we forget also too go ahead, Mish.
That's kind of where I tapped in that not everybody's the same. I don't care who it is. I don't think everybody is the same when it comes to certain power levels. Because what I tapped into in the ether is about the same thing as what gurus tapped into. That at a certain point you don't even need to feed. You can tap off it's like etheric energy. I don't know appropriate name to use other than that. But I've tapped into it and I've felt like the Incredible Hulk. My body swelled up, everything. So.
It's like the way you can observe it with the caterpillar. It goes into this state and it acquires certain things for the cocoon to be developed and then for it to do its thing inside that cocoon. And all these parameters and requirements are necessary for that transformation to take place. And if those parameters aren't there, that transformation is not going to happen. Now, once that transformation takes place, it's now either a moth or I guess a butterfly. If it was, caterpillar is a butterfly, right? And a moth is, what is it? A worm or maggot, I guess. After that transformation takes place, the requirements are no longer there. It functions now in this form. But is that the end of the transformation? Or is that still just the beginning?
There's a lot of transformation. Like we've introduced, people become aware of how to do cloud seeding. So if people start realizing the manipulation has always been going on, and if there is a creator, that might be how we honor people. We manipulate ourselves, we manipulate foods, we manipulate our environments. It's that whole ideal. People think, well, everything's complete, perfect, which it could be, hence the term chi, harmony. But in harmony, you have chaos and order. And order comes from chaos, the feminine into the masculine. So in this case, when we're starting to bring in technology such as Wi-Fi, electricity frequencies, radio frequencies, it's affecting a lot of other things that's already been here. But that's part of the manipulation, transformation, manipulation. It's just when people start thinking it's good or bad. That's now you've kind of like decided to use only one eye, opposed to look at them all. Unless you want to bring it to like the two eyes into the one eye kind of ideal, and then you can go inwards and realize that's part of it. We manipulate foods. We manipulate our vessels. We take a lot of energy through our breathing in and out. That's how you fuel the vessel. I get when people want to do things like hemp or whatever, marijuana. I said oral ingesting is one thing, but taking it through the body. It's like when people do magnesium. Again, that should reinforce somebody to be aware that. So the vessel is its own. The vessel is its own organ, where we're just one part of the whole. But a lot of us think, but I'm the most important part. I said, yeah, that's where you get the ideal. You're the center of the universe, which is fine. But you should be able to challenge that for yourself. How can you confirm that?
Why is it I get what I kind of gather through tapping with the not feeding thing like guru? Why is it when I get to that, I got a feeling when you get to that point when you can feed off the ether, you're going to be here forever, pretty much.
You mean, can you elaborate? What do you mean by that? Like, this is, you're grounded here, you're anchored here? Is that what you mean when you reach that?
Like what I gathered with the tapping the ether, whatever power source I tapped, is if you're running off that power source, pretty much you're going to be here forever.
No.
From what I felt was you'd be here forever.
No. You mean like now you figured out how to defeat the mortal aspect of the equation here in this realm?
Yeah. Or at least be here for a very, very long time.
Definitely increase longevity as far as being around goes. Yes, but
you're feeding off pure energy. Your cells will recycle themselves. You'll always be clean. You'll always be healthy because you're not ingesting poison.
Yes, but only for the purposes of the other aspect of the equation, which will be understood when that alignment happens. And I guess one way, other than the cocoon state that I just described, another way to put it is right now you're like a snake with skins on it, and you got to be healthy enough to shed those skins. And yes, there'll be another layer of skin that comes, but eventually there'll be like this thing where you transform if everything goes right.
Yeah, I get it. Kind of like the movie Cocoon. I've seen it.
And that is absolutely not in a physical realm. There's definitely an etheric aspect to that, or whatever you want to call it. But that form at that point is just the start of another, whatever you want to call it, adventure. It's a never-ending thing. And that's the direction that I'm focused on, whereas most of the masses around me, they're focused on this sort of reward system thing where, I'm going to reach some sort of divine resting spot if I do well enough or something like that. Just getting caught in that entanglement, and also the very good potential of reincarnating, because that potential didn't happen, and maybe that's just so that opportunity can keep happening. I can only state what I see as far as that, as where I've reached, and I can see that there's not an exit, but just a potential as to what is supposed to happen, or what is meant to happen, or what is possible to happen. And then for those who are caught in like back to the example I was getting to with the cocoon state. For those who those parameters didn't get met, right? The cocoon didn't develop properly, or unfortunately, some kid came along and squished a little thing before I had a chance to transform. I have absolutely no certainty of what happens in that case. The only logical thing that I can see is it's an infinite ocean of possibilities, and it's probably vastly different for each individual. That's as far as I can get with that. And that's as far as I really want to get, because I'm not interested in going through another cycle of amnesia. I'm hell-bent and determined on making sure that what I've learned at this point doesn't get forgotten for me, and I have to start from scratch again and figure out the conundrum of it. Because the rarity of figuring it out in the sea of ocean of distraction, the conundrum of that is so difficult with in levels of challenge. I don't. The idea of being caught in that torment of hell of being unaware. No way do I want anything that's going to take that chance. So I'm doing everything, in my view, to stay centered and focused, so that when I personally part, I stand a chance of going in that direction. And that's just me. And that's another reason why, in order to do that, you have to embrace selfishness to an epic level. Like, really, you're saying, that's it. Nothing comes before that. You're not going to get there if you don't do that. That doesn't mean squishing everybody for that to happen. That means the opposite. Because that ideology that you have to step on somebody is the magnet that takes you away from that. That means you already haven't reached for reaching. You haven't let go, and you won't see it if that's what you're focusing on. So focus is awareness is key, and focus is key for awareness. They go hand in hand.
And G, Mitch, thank you very much. I'm going to be taking off. Maybe next time, if you don't mind, maybe I can share a little bit about what the concept of walk-ins are, how you become a vessel, and you can actually allow other beings to go in and out of that vessel.
Yep.
Enjoy yourself, guys. Have a beautiful day.
Thanks for being up, Dom. Appreciate you. You too. Walk-ins. Willing participants to share your vessel with another entity.
Say
Better than
what?
that one, Mitchie.
What's that?
A willing participant to share your vessel with another energy.
Yeah, that's not.
Come in and take me over.
No, that's not the case here, boss. My situation has been set since birth. I'm sure of it. I remember the Flash. No, I remember everything too solid and tight. No, my situation is absolutely different.
So you don't want to be possessed, eh?
Fuck,
you don't like
no. No. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe you get superpowers.
Yeah, no.
No, it's not enticing.
If I can't do it naturally by eating a plant or something like that, I'm good. Because I imagine the curse that comes along with that shit's probably just as heavy.
You're damn right.
I'm good with it.
Especially if you can't kick it out. Well, yeah, you think you're getting rid of me? Watch this. A little switch in your brain. You can't see me anymore. But you can still hear me, can't you? Oh, yeah. Energy can fuck with you. There's no doubt about that.
That's why I said it's got to do with music and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff going on. No, my situation is way different. No, that kind of stuff I think is for I'm gathering is about to come to a head.
What makes you say that?
Just a cycle I see. Technology invasion.
All right, elaborate.
Slime ball motherfuckers that think they're slick and they're actually so dumb they can't see their error right in front of their face. They can't see the sign that they gave away right in front of their face to give an alarm to individuals. It's hard to explain. It's like being arrogant enough, like if they're evading you with tech, being stupid and arrogant enough to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't ride like that because you might hurt this and that and the other thing. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You couldn't know none of that unless you're invading somebody with tech. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Nope.
like yesterday, or it's like the other day with AC in the chat, running this cocksucker saying, "Oh, I'll blow the roof off the house." It's like, no, you won't, dude, unless you're violent or unless you're, wrongfully invading somebody's privacy to know something you shouldn't know. You're talking out your fucking retarded ass. And I see that so much. I don't mean to say it in a rude way, but I just watch it and it's like, dude, do you fucking realize you fucking arrogant idiot motherfuckers? It's like, it's really shocking to a point. And somebody was on here yesterday, or I was talking with somebody yesterday, and it's like, it's to the point where, like you said, I enjoy coming on here talking. I like coming on and having my coffee and start my morning. I don't see a problem with that. I don't care if somebody thinks it's stupid or not. Now, we got stuff going on that is so fucking immoral that people will get mad. They'll attack another person and, to continue doing it. And it's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? What and I'm watching it out of all types of people. And I'm at a loss. I don't even know how to put some of it to words. It's just immoral fucking trash, dude. It's like coming in and saying my finger smells like Miss Piggy. Everybody was like, ew. I'm serious. Everybody was like, ew. And it's like, well, come on, think about it. Miss Piggy isn't real, number one. And number two, I don't have pigs. You know?
Let's be real. You've all been fucking yourselves with your bullshit. All of your fingers are dirty.
So I wash them once or twice.
With with petrol.
Well, maybe, but I mean, is it your business? So what? At least I wash them, motherfuckers.
If you want to call that washing.
Usually
That's like sleeping with mothballs,
I tend to use Dawn.
And you think that's what?
All right, listen here.
Come on.
Oh, hold on. I'm doing a tick check. I'm gonna check the left side of the sack and the right side of the sack.
Gonna make sure the mothballs don't need to be recharged.
Hey, it's no joke, man. The first time it happens to you, you will always check, bro. Actually,
I also get that eating certain foods and stuff like that, a lot of bugs won't mess with you. I'm already noticing that.
Yeah, no, I'm living where I live. I'm with you. Totally with you. There's other insects around here too at certain times of the year that you just gotta be careful of. Certain beetles and stuff. And sometimes it's not every year. It's interesting. They call this a tropical rainforest.
A tropical rainforest in Canada.
Right. It's definitely a rainforest, but the tropical part, it's like there are palm trees here though.
Now you're
What's
fucking
that?
bullshit. I said, now
Yeah,
you're
just a
fucking
little bit.
bullshit. All right.
That's what they say. They say it's a tropical rainforest up here.
I haven't experienced that yet, to be honest. My travels through the country have been at an angle from here to Colorado, and then from Colorado to Florida and back. I've been down to like Maine, Baltimore, DC,
Mhm.
Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, West Virginia, all over. Other than that, though, I haven't made it to Texas or anywhere like that. I haven't made it like to Oregon or anywhere. I've been a lot of places. I might have been up in Wisconsin. I think I came around the upper through. I'm not even sure. I was just fucking riding with a whole bunch of guys, and we were riding for a long flipping time, and we ended up somewhere just north of Marquette, if I'm not mistaken. It was in Wisconsin. I'm not sure. We were just riding. It's different up there too. The weather is definitely different. It's almost like the sky is closer to the ground up there when you're up north in the UP. It's almost like the clouds and everything are closer to the ground. It's almost like the cold and everything is closer to the ground and you get hit with it harder. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, like the firmament is keeping the clouds closer to the ground in the northern area. Yeah.
Probably.
For lack of a better term. That's what it looks like to me when I'm riding motorcycle and stuff up there. The storms come across and they hit so fast, so violent, and so low. It's like the clouds are always pushed low. Every time I watch the storm up there, it's like the clouds in the storm are closer to you on the ground, because the roof is closer, the firmament, whatever they call it, whatever their belief is. So if you're saying you're only mainly by the eastern side of Canada?
I'm only what?
You mainly only get by the east side of Canada, or is it the west side of Canada?
West side. Yeah, I rarely venture into even the center of the shit pot. If you're gonna live up here, the west side is where it's at.
Yeah.
It's where the best weather is, where the land is ripe for growing. The rest just doesn't make sense. It's just unfathomable for your sanity too, like the way that the winters are and shit. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I don't need 3-foot deep walls.
Yeah, that's about it. And I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but 4 months of the year, sometimes 5, where it's minus 30 Celsius. Try waking up to that every single day. Let me see what that is in Fahrenheit real quick. Minus
I've woken up to
35.
some cold stuff every day. I think the worst that I dealt with is probably like 20 to 30 below. I remember a couple years where it got down to 20 below, 30 below, and it was pretty rough.
Minus, hold on.
But mind you,
Minus
I live,
30 Celsius is minus 22 Fahrenheit.
yeah, I've been in minus that. I've been in that, and it was rough. But mind you, I don't have but 2.5-inch thick walls with big glass windows, and it's not insulated very well. And I did it. I dealt with it. It wasn't bad. It was worse when the wind blew.
I was made to walk to indoctrination camp in that 2.5 miles out every single day.
Yep.
That's what I had to look forward to, waking up at 6 a.m. with a corporate clock, right?
Crazy. Yeah.
That's going to do something trauma-wise, and it does. It does. Right? You're just thinking about it. Oh my God! Every single minute is like you cherish it while you're huddled with 17 blankets, trying to pretend that reality out there just isn't there. You know.
Yeah, I get it. Yep. Pretty cool, man. I stopped at a fucking I stopped at a at a yard sale and spent $15 for an RC and then took it home and put it together. It's repaired and working. Pretty fucking cool, man. Shot in the dark.
Anybody still in chat with us?
Not really. I was thinking about getting out of here. I was thinking about taking off for a second and going and getting a nice long shower in.
With Dawn?
Huh?
With Dawn?
No, I scrub my dogs with Dawn now.
Dude.
No, I'm trying to get actual lye. I want actual lye soap. I enjoy that the best.
There are soap balls. There's these trees. I never tried them, but there's these trees that apparently they produce like soap balls or of some kind.
Would be interesting.
Never gone too deep into investigating that. I thought that was interesting. I don't use any of that shit, man. Nothing. Just natural. Natural as it comes. And I smell like fruit.
You think you smell like fruit.
I definitely smell like fruit. It's pretty strong, actually.
Actually, I think I'm fairly close to that smell too, somewhat.
You're gonna perspire what you eat, and that's why people have bad breath and shit. It's actually just that you're breathing up the stench of rotting corpse and stuff,
Yeah.
So if you're ingesting fruit, veggies a lot, which for me it's about 6 to 4, I guess, in ratio. 6 fruit to 4 veggie, probably. You're gonna perspire fruitiness.
Interesting. Hey, there's a Mexican fruit that I like. It's like a pineapple, and then you can boil the nuts down that are inside, and it makes like a paste that's like potatoes. I really like it. I don't know what it's called, but it's good.
Have you ever tried any of the actual tropical fruits, like a jackfruit or anything of that sort?
Yeah, I've had jackfruit, starfruit, all kinds of stuff.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I like just about everything. Pineapple. I really enjoy pineapple though. I've actually that's one of my favorite fruits, but I like it fresh. I don't like it out of a can. I don't like it any other way. But the bad thing is, if you eat too much of it, it'll mess your lips and stuff up.
Right. There's a reason for that.
What do you mean?
It's toxic.
Lemon
No,
or pineapple?
pineapple. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's not just your lips. If you really go too far with it, you'll notice it's in your esophagus, especially at the top. It's burning it. It does taste good though. I wish it wasn't toxic, what it is.
Interesting. I never thought about that.
That's the thing. We don't think about that when we're not focused on observing how our body is responding to what we're ingesting, which is part of the indoctrination, of course. And it's the opposite of what we would do if we were feral. We would just totally be in tuned in that, just like you observe the animals do. And you would see, does that feel good or not? In a very in tuned way. And you would use that more of your decision making. Is this, am I going to continue to, pursue that or not? That's what our senses are really for. That's the reason. That's what tasting is for, smelling, feeling, all these things. It's not for the superficial thing of just, does that taste good so I can enjoy the ritual of eating? Yeah, that is part of the bait to get you to engage in it. But the real reason is just the same reason why you have the sensation and to know what heat is, so that you don't go too close to something that's too hot and burn yourself, right? It's instinctual. All of our senses are an instinctual essence to it. But it's so easy to ignore that when we've been programmed that we don't have to think about that when we go to a grocery store, because we have regulation that ensures that what we buy would never be good for us.
Yup, you can trust Uncle Sam.
Right?
You can trust Uncle Sam.
Yeah. So if it's there, have at it, right? Just have a smorgasbord of gluttoncy. Chow down and pretend it's all good for you.
Yup. It is messed up what they do to. Oh, man. It's beyond criminal, isn't it?
I'm more focused on the stupidity aspect of going with the program.
Well, rawhide.
It's criminal to the self to do that to the self. Yeah, and then make excuses for it or blame,
Oh, no. I just. Go for it.
I think the dishonesty is man's greatest sin, is it not?
Huh? Yeah. That means you're an evil, lying sack of shit. That's called a criminal. If you leave a victim, you're a criminal. Okay, here. I come up to you. Hey, man, I got the finest, fucking, healthiest corn in the motherfucking world, guru. Here, you want some?
No thanks.
Okay. If I'm poisoning you, I'm what? If I'm poisoning you, I'm what? You're a fucking criminal, and you should be hung.
You're not
No.
poisoning.
No. Stop. I don't give a fuck what road to. This is reality. This is where the fucking scent stuff comes in. This is where all bullshit goes out the fucking window.
If I take that corn and I eat it,
if I come up to you with hold on. If I come up to you with a wad of fucking clover held in my hand,
yeah,
and I poison that clover, and I don't tell you, I'm what? I'm what?
You tell me.
A murdering fucking criminal because you just poisoned somebody.
Are you?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's written to paper. It doesn't matter what Jack Dick attorney, if you want to call him that, if you want to call him a fucking Nazi, if you want to call him the devil, whatever the fuck you want to call it. He don't belong here. He's a criminal. He just poisoned somebody. Doesn't matter what the fuck you're eating. That's where the scary shit comes in. And then people will try to go time. You get in this psychobabble instead of handling the fucking situation and hanging them from the tree. See,
did
because
nature,
no. That's how it was done.
Did nature punish you or did nature punish me?
No. But that's just it. We wouldn't be in the position we are in if it wasn't tolerated and allowed. Because 100 years ago, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I want to ask the question. Did nature punish you or did nature punish me?
What say what?
going with your narrative, if I took that poison and I chose to eat it, did nature punish you or did nature
No,
punish
what?
me?
Yeah, but that's just it. See, nobody's getting past the fucking daggum point that it was fed to people before they even knew it was fucking poison. I was born to it. I'm
The
sorry,
real.
I was born to it, yes, and so were my fucking father and my mother.
How
They were
long?
forced to
How
it
long do you want to
because the
ignore that
system
part
was
of the
hijacked.
equation? How long do you want
We
to
gotta
ignore
we gotta
that part
figure
of
out
the
how to wake them
equation?
up. I gotta go. I got people waiting on me. Have a good day.
See you later. We got to figure out how to wake them up. Can anybody tell me how they figured out how to wake them up? I'll leave it at that. All right. Well, it's just me and one other viewer. Anybody else in chat? If not, I think I'll play the second part of the Dean Clifford both sides of the equation video that we played last time. Anybody who's with us, give me a second. I'm going to be on mute. I got to go do a Tim 100 and also queue up the video. So I will be back in just a short. Okay. For anybody who's here or anybody who tunes in at any time after, we're going to continue on with showcasing Dean Clifford. For anybody who was here on the last live, you saw the first part of this series from Dean Clifford. It was, what was the title? Oh yeah, Full On and Simple. So this is the second part, and I'll leave the link to this. To anybody who didn't see the first part, I reckon it's easy to find. I'll leave the link to the second, and you can do a search for the first part. And also any other content from Dean Clifford. There's quite a lot out there. You can do a search for anything of his I find to be quite valuable. But of course, always use your discernment when viewing any things of this nature, because there's a lot of people were just sharing as they were going through their learning curve. And there's a lot of mistakes as well. But Dean Clifford was very good at showing some findings through his own research with the ins and outs of the system, how it works, and how people are getting their asses handed to them. So this is part 2, continuing with an in-depth look of the legal system and how it functions and how people are getting pit-trapped in the depths of it. Not a focus on actual true remedy, but in order to understand true remedy, it's very good to understand the cause of what's causing people to not find true remedy. And this is a great showcase of why that is for most people. So here you go.
The more legal identification you have, believe me, the more problems you're going to have. Jurisdiction is the problem, not the definitions of the words. How about I just figure out what I am and just stop caring about what they are? It's just you got to understand who you are, and then all the nonsense, the layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of deception that go over top of everything just go away at that point. We were talking about capacity and stuff like that when we were having lunch there. And that's something else, like when you're getting more philosophical about this stuff and this idea, I think that's one of the things people have to realize is really there actually is no way to positively identify what you are. It's impossible, right? You actually cannot factually describe yourself because what makes up you can't describe, right? It's beyond that. That's why, well, he knows us. Only our Creator knows us because he made us. He knows exactly what we are. We can't comprehend what we are. Beyond that, even though we say know who you are, I think people know what we mean when we say that. Because that's, I mean, for 10 years now, people have been saying that, don't you know who you are yet? And that's impossible. That'll never happen. You might know when you die one day. But the most important thing is I don't know what I am precisely and as a whole, but I do know what I'm not. That's the most important part here. So outside of this box, it doesn't matter what I am because I know what I'm not, and it's not that. So that's why when people want to go into court and they say, well, I can't be that because I'm this. That's actually, I want to turn that around now and say, well, it doesn't matter what I am. What does it matter what I am? Except that I'm not that. After that, it's irrelevant. That's private. That's the public and the private. Okay? You can go out and you can do commerce all you want. You can have a store. You can operate, if you want to call it publicly, without a license and make money, generate revenue. I don't care about the words again. Like when people are saying, oh, you have to call it traveling if you want to do it to make it a right. I don't know. I don't have to call it anything. I call it me going over there, driving. I don't care what the word is because when it's over here, it's something I can do anyways. It doesn't matter what I call it. Oh, if you call it driving, then it's commercial and the government can tax all commerce anywhere in this universe. Therefore, you're going to owe them taxes if you do that, just by calling it driving. Like, no, what nonsense, right? It's absolute nonsense. That's why all these things have to go through a smell check when somebody brings me a new theory, right? I do a smell check for is it just ridiculous? Does it fit I always take things from one extreme and then to the other extreme and say, so is it possible for that to be true? Because it would have to be true on both extremes. No matter how extreme the situation got, it still has to be true when someone brings a theory or definition or something. And that's one of the smell checks. So if it doesn't smell right, then it's definitely not the case. And that's just common sense. That's natural law. Does that make sense? Does it really make sense? Right? Like the government passes a law and says they can tax commerce. So, do you see Martians showing up, dropping off a chest of gold for the government once a year? No. That's what I mean by smell checks. I like to take things to their absolute most ridiculousness. Okay, they passed a law in some room over there in Ottawa. So now the universe must offer up to Caesar what is Caesar's, right? Like, come on. They clearly only have authority over their own business. And what's your business is your business. And what's my business is my business. And that's another one of the reasons why I think, especially 13 years ago or whatever, I've still never heard from CRA. Part of that was probably luck. I'm glad they didn't show up about 8 years ago. Now I'd be a lot more comfortable, clearly. But one of the last meetings I think I had personally with a CRA agent, when that was the last one I had at their building before they sent a specialist out to my house to speak to me. And then that was the last time I ever heard from them ever again. But when I was in there, and they're always asking those questions, what do you do for a living? What's your income? What are you employed as? Like, what's your trade? All those stupid questions. And I'm just like, what? I'm like, you're getting angry with that stuff. And I didn't know any of this stuff back then. You're thinking to yourself, what right does this person have to ask me that stuff? And so that's why we always get mad and everything. But I just finally said, I said, what's my trade? Well, I'm in the business of NOIFB. And she goes, oh, what's that? I said, well, my business, it's NOIFB. And she goes, what's NOIFB? I said, it's none of your business. That's what my business is. And she's like, oh, well, I can see this is not going to go anywhere. Gets up and leaves. Okay. But it's true. That is actually the most accurate statement you could make. It is my business. If it was your business, you would know what it is. If you don't know, that's because you're not a party to it. It's got nothing to do with you. Therefore, it's my business. Where do you work? Well, if you were privy to that, if we had any type of a business relationship, you would know where I work. Clearly, because I'd be working for you, because that's the only thing you have jurisdiction over. So if you don't know that I work for you, then I clearly don't. Beyond that, who cares? Then tell them to go get a real job. They don't like that either if you want to get mouthy. What do you do for a living? Something productive, unlike what you people do. So, yeah, exactly. Boy, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about, I guess, then going back to...
It seems to me quite important to establish the right jurisdiction in any court matters. If we are going in as a defendant from some action they initiated, we need to get this common law of court going to counter their stuff. But if we have served them with the 3 strikes you're out, and we are going in as plaintiff to take them to court, we need to come in the right jurisdiction.
Absolutely.
Could you address how we can pull that off? Because that seems to be the key.
Yeah. And
very few people have been successful except you and a few others, and that's it.
I don't know how successful I've been yet with that, other than the fact they kind of want, like, I actually don't get into any of this, especially that last time I went to jail kind of thing. I just like to argue and, I don't know, getting, shouting matches with them in the courtrooms and stuff like that. But because I was actually waiting until I got out to really start doing all this kind of stuff. And we've only actually, I did one amended statement of claim for a friend who's a plaintiff against the government. The guy I talked about in the videos that was pulled over with, private plate, no driver's license, full camo, hunting knife, rifles and shotguns on the back seat, everything, when they pulled him, they're just like, well, what the, where is this guy from? And they didn't know what to do with him, kind of thing. And that's, so I made up an amended statement of claim that clarified everything that I realized was deficient in our previous attempts at lawsuits and left nothing out of the equation now. It was nailed right down, like we came in from the proper, let them know right at the top, this is the jurisdiction the guy was in at the time of the complaint when the cops stopped him. They can't prove otherwise. Here's all our letters, here's this, here's the fee schedule, blah, 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 pleadings all the way down. And you always have to provide proof of your claims, evidence, right? So an affidavit is not enough in evidence. So you want to have the copy of the statement of claim in there. In your pleadings, if your pleading says you're coming in from, say, inherent jurisdiction, and that's what sets the jurisdiction of the court, then a good piece of evidence to attach that would be see Exhibit A. And then put a certified copy of the live birth record at the back for your first exhibit. That's going to be a little tough for the Crown to get around if they're the defendant. They're going to have to provide a fact or evidence that counters that, rebuts it, provides lawful excuse for what they did, something. And that's not going to happen at all. So you've already got them right there. And I think that's why the first hearing you had when that amendment statement of claim was put in, that's why the judge was all smiles. And it was just kind of like, okay. And happy someone's finally doing this against the province, I think, because they were shitting when they read the amended statement of claim, just going, oh, we're hooped. Like, we are seriously screwed here. We can't do anything about this. And they weren't the cocky, arrogant people that they were the last 6 hearings. So it definitely got a reaction, a very positive one in our favor.
I don't know if you have an outline for what you want to do here, so my question might be...
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
No outline.
All right. I'll ask it then, because you've done pleadings and you've put in evidence. One of the common things I run into, and I mean, I have trouble with it myself to some degree still, but people who I talk to often I find that there's this lack of clarity on what's evidence, what's legal argument, and pleadings have to contain both, but they have to be set up properly too.
Yes.
I mean, you know, when you plead the facts, that's sufficient to allow a crime to be evident from those facts, but pleading law doesn't work. So maybe if you know some things about pleading, maybe you could give us a bit of an outline on that.
As far as I'm concerned, the only real purpose of the pleadings is to give a simple, in the least amount of words possible, you want to let the judge know what happened. And that's all your pleadings are. And it's great if they're in affidavit form. So you're just running through the events of, you want to properly establish what the business relationship is with the individual that you're suing. And that means if that's a rights violation, I mean, that starts right from the moment of contact, right through when the injury happened, to everything that happened afterwards when you contacted them and you tried to settle the matter and they ignored you. You just want to just very point form, get that out in your pleadings. And then after you're done that, I mean, the way we're doing it, I mean, honestly, I'm by no means an expert when it comes to pleadings and lawsuits, but I just know that the ones we're doing, now that we've got this thing down a little better, we can write some much better ones, and I fully intend on it, which is why I've waited to do a lot of this stuff. So, and that's it. So, and again, a lot of people, and I still don't obviously know everything there is to know about court. In fact, far from it. But I do know, I understand, and people don't realize the jurisdictional issues in the courts, and that's what I was trying to establish here, because people think that provincial court is the same as like the civil side. You know, like, oh, it's all court, it all happens in courtrooms, right? But they're all for completely different purposes, completely different jurisdictions. I think that's where I was going with that. So in the pleadings, establish the jurisdiction. That sets the tone. Like, again, I said that earlier. The judge will hear whatever evidence you bring in, whatever law you bring in, but you have to bring it. You can't put a pleading in that talks about violations of human rights and whatever, and he goes, oh, well, you must be talking about inherent jurisdiction. Could you please give me a copy of your live birth record? Like, he's not going to, you got to give him everything, and he can only make decisions based on what you give him. And that's why you want to lock down the Crown in advance, long before. Winston Schroet says that. He's never been more right about anything when he says you don't go to court till you've already won. That's just the formal hearing to say, you have an explanation for this? You have a lawful excuse for anything you did? They don't. You've already won before you went there, because the pleadings and the evidence that you've attached to the file have already demonstrated everything, including the fact that they never replied to everything. You're just there to get your check for the most part. It's done. What lawyers do is the opposite of that. They make everything as convoluted as possible, and they leave everything to the judge to make decisions on. Everything. It's all open to the interpretation of the judge. We're doing the exact opposite of that. That's why they want us to use lawyers. We're establishing everything in advance, locking it down, leaving nothing to his interpretation. It's a decision based on, well, yeah, okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. That's all it is. Right? So, but then the pleadings, I'll say a couple more things about that. The things you want to establish in the pleadings, aside from the facts, are the damage and the remedy being sought. Where is the damage? That's very important. So it's a statement of facts, and that the only reason you want the exhibits is to support as much as the claims you're making as possible. There's no such thing as too much. Facts, 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 or exhibits, because that's what helps to establish facts, right? Again, there's only evidence of something. You can never prove something for an absolute fact, but you can demonstrate and give evidence that something has occurred. So your pleadings should demonstrate all that, and try to be as precise as possible, but don't ramble and don't have, oh my God, I've seen ones with a half a page, like line item number 9 just was a meaningless rant. It's like, what is this? You actually think a judge is just going to want to see that? No, like just lead him through the events. And again, as clear and precisely as possible and to the point. So once you're doing it, so those are the 3 main components, and then you can start adding all sorts of stuff in there. So you're going to have your pleadings, which set out what happened. And then you're going to have the damage that was caused by those actions and the remedy being sought. That's the 3 most important parts. And you start adding from there. And you can, after the plain statement of facts and the damages, then you can start adding things like proof of claim. And you can attach other affidavits and other proofs in there. Bring in new pieces of evidence as exhibits, exhibit this, exhibit that, except try to list all your exhibits when you actually say, this was done. And then see exhibit A, right? And then have the exhibit A on the back. So it's all kind of correlated. You're like, you're making a TV show for the judge. And you want to, when he sits down and watches the TV show for 25 minutes, you want him to have a complete picture of everything that happened. You have to give him that. So that's where you got to lead him down through all that. And then you can go on to laws being relied upon. Like if you've been damaged and you had a fee schedule, and you can prove that they received it, the registered mail receipts, everything, so that you can justify the amount of money you're asking for. Where can I justify it? I say law being relied upon. And then I continue on with the numbers, right? So my plain statement of facts are like 30-something points long. And then laws being relied upon. That's just like a header, like a subheader. And then point 36. So you keep them all numbered in sequentially. You don't go right back to 1 because you're in a new section. And that way you can always refer to line 70, whatever, and everybody's on the same page when you're talking to the judge at a hearing and whatnot. But you better believe your fee schedule is a lot to be relied upon. Did they get it? Were they given notice of how much it's going to cost them if they mess it over here? Yes. And my fee schedule always has in there that they're welcome to negotiate these prices with me. It's clear we're probably going to have some run-ins out there in commerce. It's bound to happen. You guys want to negotiate these fees a little bit if you think they're too steep, they're a little egregious. No, they never reply. Okay, well, they're good with it. They never replied. Certificate of default. They got it. Postmaster General says they got it. He's my witness, right? So that's one of the laws being relied upon. And then the only other laws now, especially for criminal stuff, and even for civil, that I would want to bring in is those 2 pieces of case law that a friend sent me that backs up everything I've ever said about sections 52 and 32 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Because not only does that clearly tell us what the government can't do, but that proves your civil claim as well. So as soon as they trespass in your life and meddle in your private affairs, that case law said, yeah, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms right here, and these decisions say the government can't get involved in my life. They can't meddle in my private affairs. And if they do, they've damaged me. So you want to get stuff like that into a civil claim because, again, the judge can't see it if you didn't provide it. Just because you say, well, the province pulled me over and harmed me, they can't do that. Do you think he's going to say, oh, yeah, I've read in the charter where it says that, right? No, it doesn't exist unless you have brought it in. It does not exist. You have to bring everything you need in your case.
So the concept that the court has takes judicial notice of things like charter is not really relevant. You have to bring it in because the judges have said to me, well, we take judicial notice of that, so there's no need to bring it in. So this is just his opinion.
Was that in a statutory court?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. He doesn't want you to bring that in. course they take notice of it. But why are you bringing it in though? Right?
Well, in a particular case, there was a reason to bring it in, but he said you don't need to do that because the court takes judicial notice of that. Which means it's before them already.
They're bound.
You don't need to bring the documentation in. They take notice that it exists and they're aware of it.
Yes.
And it's part of the decision-making process, but you don't need to provide the document.
Yeah. But if it was really part of their decision-making process, would they ever be able to prosecute you?
No, because it's all outside.
They take notice of it.
But he's not the prosecutor. He's not supposed to be acting as the prosecutor.
That's what I mean, exactly.
And it's when they act as the prosecutor instead of the judge that's the problem.
Yeah, and they do that, but that's why don't even get into these verbal things with the judge in there. If you just get your claim together, get your entire motion together and put that all in there and just hand that in after you're done, after the Crown's already agreed with you with everything and you get your motion to discharge, all you have to do is walk in and say, yeah, Judge, did you read my motion? Did you read the entire document? Well, no. Well, then I suggest we recess for 15 minutes so you can read it and make sure you understand it. If you want another 15 minutes to make sure you understand it, I'm okay with that. I'm not going anywhere anyways, right? He's gonna have read it. And all you have to do then, just follow it up with one thing. Just say, did you read it? Yes. Did you understand it? He's going to say yes. If he says, no, I didn't understand it, say, what part did you not understand so I can explain it to you then? Right? It's in pretty plain jargon. I have a little trouble believing that you don't understand such plain English language if that's what you're saying. But then you just say, okay, well, if you read it and you understand it, there's a motion before the court. If you're going to refuse the motion, on what grounds? They have to have grounds for what they're doing. And the grounds can only come from your adversary, Crown. What facts and evidence has the Crown provided that would give you grounds to not grant my motion? Or are you making a personal decision with no facts and evidence provided by who's accusing me? It's very bad for him if you're going to come after him civilly afterwards. Lock him in with stuff like that. Again, all stuff I do not do in court myself.
So with your previous statement about trying to keep the inherent jurisdiction under control, these pleadings should not bring in too much statutory stuff.
No statutory stuff.
Except for the charter.
That's not statutory. That's not a statute of Canada.
That's correct.
It's a statute of the UK. That's why you never need to go below that document, ever. That's why people say, well, yeah, but in this definition within this act, I say, stop right there. I don't give a shit about that definition in that act. It means nothing to me because it's below this water line. And the water line is the charter that tells the government what they cannot do to you.
The only person arguing the statutes in the statute anyway.
That pretty much proves their jurisdiction, doesn't it? You're just helping them by doing that. That's why it's beautiful. So keep it simple, stupid. KISS.
Agreed.
If you only have to bring up two pieces of the most well-known document in Canada, why would you want to dig into page 8,000 of some act to pull up something obscure to try to defend yourself or to go after your accuser? Yeah, that's it. So just keep it to that.
Bill of Rights is a lot like the Charter, though, isn't it? I mean, word for word, except for...
Yeah, except it actually is a legislative act or a parliamentary, whatever you want to call it. It's a statute created by the government. So it is protections afforded to stuff the government has jurisdiction over. You could probably bring that into if you want the Bill of Rights as well. I don't think it's necessary to bring in the Bill of Rights.
For our purposes, has quite a bit more clout.
I already know what my rights are. My rights are I can do anything I want if I don't cause any harm until I cause harm. Those are my rights. If somebody's damaged me and I can prove the damages, then I take it to civil court. I don't need to prove, well, this document right here says I can, you know. I'm probably not that, I could explain that better, but I didn't. That's okay. I think you kind of get the point of that. There's no reason to go to the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
So you can use case law, but not statutes. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't even use case law based on statutes. No, there's again, that's why I love these two decisions by the Supreme Court of Canada. And that's another thing everybody has to understand too, is the judges in civil matters, or let's just say judges period, I don't want to get too specific, they can hear law that is non-statutory, clearly. Stuff that's far above statutory authority, which is interesting that a judge, that tells me right away, I don't think they're appointed by the legislature. I'm really not sure how that all works. But the courts were created by a legislative act, but the judges can hear laws that exist way outside of the jurisdiction of the government that created them, which is interesting. So it's got me thinking, in my belief, in my mind, that the judges are actually, the measure that they clearly have oaths that essentially if you bring inherent law or common law into the courtroom, they have to be of a capacity to hear it, which means at some point that judge is literally acting as Her Majesty Elizabeth Regina on the bench, Her Majesty, because she's the defender of the common law. Okay, I've heard all these arguments. She has an oath to protect me. Great, that sounds good. That's a good offer. I like that. Why would I want to say she's not legitimate? Especially if she's my ally. That's not something I would want to accuse a friend of. I'm her friend, and according to them, she's got some pretty serious power, and I've got equal standing to her, and she's supposed to protect me because she's holding, and again, I get into arguments with people. Sorry, I don't get into arguments. They start rebutting me and telling me how things are, okay? When I get this document back from the government, except you have them now, so that's okay, sorry. No, it doesn't matter. Live birth record is stamped by the province. It says it was issued by the province, okay? After that, I don't care who has the document. People are like, well, did you really know that it's held in this bank account in this foreign country by the DTC and it's being used by blah, 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 and all this crap and everything else? I'm like, I don't care. I can't prove that. And what difference does it make, even if it is true? It's stamped by the province. Until they provide evidence otherwise, they're the trustee of that document. What they've done with it, I don't care. It proves nothing and it means nothing. But that ultimately means that, as far as I'm concerned, because they're all, I don't want to phrase this improperly, clearly Canada was chartered by the UK. And clearly, Queen Elizabeth is the reigning monarch. She no longer rules, she reigns. And that means that she has all the authority regarding what she's holding in trust. That has the effect of her holding your document in trust. She's been entrusted with all the property to protect it for us, protect our rights. If you call that her holding all legal title to all this stuff, great, that's fine. I'm good with that. Because that's evidence of a trust. And that's what I want in court. I want evidence of a trust. That's great. Now, a couple of bandits can't come by my house and just kick me out and take my house and say, that's our house now. No. She's entrusted with all the legal title to everything. And I can show you on the record that this house belongs to me. That's why it's important. Why are we trying to get away from, oh, I want to deregister my property. I want it to not exist at all. Are you kidding? What the hell for? Yeah, how is that a good thing? It's not a good thing at all. In fact, if somebody did convince me that they actually completely deregistered their property and their property did not exist according to the government anymore, I'd go there and take it from them. Say, good. You can't prove you own the property, so I guess I do now. Now, what's my claim of right? I'm bigger than you, and I'm going to kick the shit out of you. That's why property registration is a good thing. And the records being kept to protect our rights. So, as long as they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. And now, obviously, that kind of gets us into the fact that with this little scam they're playing, which really isn't really a scam, it's more our own ignorance. We did it all to ourselves. They're abusing the fact that they know what's going on behind the scenes. And they're committing abuses of executive power because they have the executive power to alter records. But they're only supposed to do it by due process of law. Is there due process of law being done when they charge you property taxes, don't prove it, you don't have a court date, and they simply attach it to your property and then sell it in a tax sale when they're supposed to be the trustees of it? Holy shit, are you kidding me? Wow, you want to talk a civil claim? Let's take that into court. That's why as soon as I started even bringing up little things like this to one of the lawyers for the city of Winnipeg, they backed off immediately. Immediately. They know they can't prove anything. They just kept coming after other properties I own. So, but I'm going to get around to all this now. I was kind of waiting on the last few pieces, which filled in about 3 months ago for me. And by then I was a little bit busy, and then I had an 18-day hiatus from life, and got back out to even more stuff to clear up. And now I've got some really big lawsuits I want to go ahead and I would expect I'm going to have to find a new form of staple to staple that whole sucker together by the time I take it down there. Yeah, she used to rule, and now she reigns.
The political power has been removed from her. It's now
Yes.
in the hands of Parliament. So
Even though she's still ultimately in control of the
That's
Parliament,
right.
yes.
That's right. So she has no political influence,
Yes,
and she's supposed to be the one that they are accountable to
Yes.
for their actions.
exactly. Another trust relationship. She's entrusted them with doing what she's supposed to do,
Yes.
and she still monitors them.
And she's not supposed to interfere in the political process. But
Yes.
she's supposed to ensure that they obey the law.
What happens in the pro world a few years ago? When, whatever was going on with Prime Minister, he couldn't deal with it. I don't even know what it was, but they brought in the, what was it, the Governor General, who was an acting liaison for the Queen. And then Alex Jones was talking about it, said, the duplication of what happened in Australia in 1980 something, that showed that basically the silk glove came off the iron fist, and that the Queen literally rules every way over both Canada and Australia.
Yeah, everything's done technically.
I think that was because the government had fallen
Yeah.
in a vote, so there was no power from Parliament left.
But he was saying that it showed that they actually have the authority.
Oh, I can prove that right now.
Yeah.
Okay, all you have to do is read into a statute. Which one is it? Hang on here. Actually, it's in their SEC filings too, the Securities and Exchange Commission filings, that they even talk about how Canada is a blah, 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 whatever, created by the BNA Act of 1867. That's in last year's SEC filing. So when they try to say the BNA is not relevant anymore,
Yeah.
well, just read your own friggin' document. Anyways, the head of the party that wins the most votes is invited by the lieutenant governor to become the leader of the whatever the government that's running at the time. He's invited. That means that when we vote one of these guys in, that just means, okay, this is who they want. So now we'll invite him to be.
Yeah.
So we actually don't put him in power. They put him in power. We just tell them who we want in power. That tells them they can dissolve the legislature at any time. And in fact, that was the thing there that a couple of years you're talking about, where Harper had to go to the Governor General to request that he dissolve Parliament. He needs permission from the Governor General to do that.
Parole.
What was it?
Parole.
Yeah, whatever it was called. It wasn't dissolved. It was the other thing.
Yeah.
But he does have the power to dissolve it outright. Yeah. So yeah, that tells you clearly where the power is.
Yeah.
So in the Queen, same thing. The Queen can just dissolve Parliament in the UK and just take the powers back.
Can you go before the court, like if you have a tax issue, like I did the accepted for whatever it was, and it actually worked for me, my tax thing did all work.
It works hit and miss for some people.
Yeah, it worked for me, and a bunch of other people I was involved with it all too, but, Queen Victoria, I think 1890 something, actually made a proclamation on the country in Ottawa that no Canadian would ever, as a royal decree of the country, would ever pay tax on their neighbor. I'm just wondering if you can bring that before the court. I guess it could be.
Well, she's right. Of course she's right. What title are we talking about here? What does she mean by Canadian?
You can remind them of that very statement, right?
Yeah, you don't even need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it comes down to jurisdiction. What gives them the authority to tax you?
Yeah.
You. When you're operating through your title and inherent jurisdiction, they don't, because your business is none of their business. You don't even need a proclamation from the Queen to arrive at that conclusion, right?
And it relies on you making that claim. They're not giving it to you, you have to make a claim.
Exactly. And we've accepted everything so far. And then we get pissed off. Like I said, they mailed it to us, told us not to use it as ID. And then we did. It's our fault. It's not them. They're not supposed to teach us our rights. They're not supposed to teach us trust law. They're not supposed to teach us all this stuff. That'd make them a very bad business, wouldn't it? Again, here's a contract, but I'm warning you, you are going to get royally screwed in this. It's a really bad one. You'd have to be insane to sign this. Just sign the dotted line. They're not going to do that. So,
Quick question on your damages.
Yep.
In your pleadings and stuff, you put in damages. Well, sometimes when these government officials behave badly, the damages are not monetary or immediate. They are something which may occur down the road.
Yeah.
So how do you claim that damages have occurred right now when they haven't occurred yet?
Damages that haven't occurred yet then there's no damages. That's impossible. Doesn't matter what may happen down the road, it hasn't happened. Damages are only what can you prove? You can't prove a future event, but I can prove that I was damaged now, if you can. And then for actual amounts, are you talking about as well?
Well, of course, damages might be how many days
Yeah.
it takes to defend or how to prepare.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why number one, a fee schedule always helps too.
$1,000 per
Yeah, aside from that, there's lots of case law, lots of case law, even from down the US. You can start to bring that in just to bring in other sources to say, well, you know what, this court over here said that, my time was worth, what's that one down in California? I think somebody sent me a copy of this. What's that?
25 grand for 23 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that. Yeah, the guy sued the government. He won. He was awarded $25,000 for
23 minutes of incarceration.
for 23 minutes. And so people have used that to base their damage assessment at, according to this decision, my time in jail is worth $25,000 for every 23 minutes, and I was in jail for 6.5 weeks. Based on that calculation, you want me to wear this condom or this one? Because you're getting it. Oh, you are going to get it, my friend. Okay? That should be in your pleadings. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Just a little switch up here.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, there's encountered controversy. We try to remedy with Crown. Crown is on silent, which is what I understand that they do.
Yep.
And
Refusal to settle.
That's right.
That's a refusal to settle.
Okay, so we default them. A hearing date is set, or you have a summons or what have you. You're going into court now. Maybe you can discuss exactly the procedure as to how you would deal with it. Now that this paperwork has been settled with the Crown, maybe a copy has been sent to the court file. How are you dealing with the judge at that moment when they call your name or the number of the?
That's why I highly recommend already having your motion filed into the court a week in advance from a hearing date. And that your motion has all your evidence and your pleadings in it.
So you're
In criminal.
initiating before the actual original
Court date?
Yeah.
Well, if there's a court date, you're initiating nothing.
Okay.
You're defending. They've initiated. You're going to court.
Right, but when you say that's why you want to file your
Yes.
motion, are you the one initiating it before the court date to get this thing quashed immediately? Or are you going to deal with it on their terms and their dates when they want you in court to deal with it?
Well, you have to show up for a date that they've given you, right? You're the defendant.
Okay, let me just see if I can be a little more clear. They want you at court on the 15th. They've ignored for the most part everything that you've done.
Yep.
You go and file a motion set for hearing to dismiss prior to the 15th, or do you just let it go?
Oh, no,
and deal with the matter on the 15th?
Deal with it on the 15th, or you could put right in there, yeah, if you want to hear this matter before the 15th, I'm okay with that. I wouldn't call for a specific date.
Okay.
Just go on the 15th like you were.
So let's assume we're there on the 15th and we're about to commence. They call the file. Maybe you can kind of do a play-by-play on what you do, what they do, and how.
Okay, yeah, do we need most of this stuff, I guess? Yeah, okay, how to actually do things in court.
Because at this point, the paperwork is already spoken for you. They've ignored
Yes.
it, and so now they're going to probably test you or trick you or whatever.
That's why I like it being in writing. And again, I love to use my brother as an example because he has a wonderful, wonderful ability to do exactly what I tell him when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's awesome. He just does it to the letter when I tell him to do something.
Must be a younger brother.
No, he's older. And believe me, it's only when it comes to this. So when I sent him into court every time he's gone in so far, especially I love the family court one though, because that was a cute little motion we did up. And the entire hearing just went like this. When they called him, he walked in, he just said, I'm here for that matter, right? I'm Darren. I'm Darren Clifford. Depends on what the spelling of Darren Clifford is, and that kind of nonsense. Now, he identified himself already in the pleadings. It's in writing. The judge has it. Doesn't matter at that point. Yeah, I'm Darren. I'm here. Did you get my paperwork? Did you read my affidavit, Judge? Yes, I read your affidavit. Good. It's all been established in the paperwork. There's nothing to argue about now. Even I wouldn't even discuss it with them. I wouldn't open the document up to discussion or interpretation or a judge being able to decide whether or not they even like things that's in there. We don't care. Has the Crown replied to any of it? Because they were served with a copy of the motion as well, obviously. If they haven't, there's no dispute. And based on the evidence you're going to have in the motion anyways, they have a duty to discharge or dismiss, whatever. I don't care. I do like discharge, actually. That's good. So we'll go with his on that. So that's what I would do. That's not what I have done in the
But
past.
Mr. Clifford, what is your name? Your name, sir, what is your name? And that's what they're going to get in that rhetorical kind of back and forth. Maybe you can talk about some of the tricks they might try.
Oh, no, I just finished walking in and saying, yeah, I'm Dean Clifford. Did you get my paperwork?
Right.
My paperwork clarifies who I am,
Right.
my jurisdiction. That's why the name thing is irrelevant.
So the
If
trick,
it's properly identified in the paperwork.
If it's properly identified in the paperwork and you're pleading, right? And when you're pleading would be, I am known as Dean Clifford. I am a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. What is that little parentheses bracket there? Exhibit A. As evidenced by the particulars of a live birth on file with the province of Alberta. I'm a common law man of inherent jurisdiction, bracket, Exhibit A. Then they can look back and they go, oh, okay, yeah, this is the proper jurisdiction. Are they going to get you to trip up now verbally? No, it's in writing, and that's why I wouldn't even talk about it. Is the Crown rebutting anything? Do they have any facts or evidence to rebut anything that I've provided? No? Dismiss. I'm not even discussing this with you. It's not open to discussion. This is between me and the Crown. That's my adversary. You're the net in the middle.
so the issue at hand is it's
Yep.
motion dismissed, that's a request. By what means? By lack of jurisdiction over the party? Is that?
Oh, that's all what's in your pleadings,
Okay.
right? That's the reason. That's why, like, the actual thing will say like motion to dismiss or motion to discharge with prejudice,
Right.
right? And then you just go right to point number one and start and describe the events and start by identifying yourself, then describe the events that happened and the fact you contacted the Crown and asked them for proof you're performing a function of government.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't reply, blah, 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 this and that. Then you bring up 32 and 52 of the charter that says, if I'm not acting as an agent of the government, you have no jurisdiction over me. Dismiss this. But you can't counterclaim because it's statutory court. So you may want to let the Crown know, I'll get to one sec. You may want to let the Crown know that give an opportunity. Say, I'm willing to drop my civil claim against you if you withdraw immediately. Make them an offer. If they don't reply they are now again in dishonor before the court. Because not only are they not replying to you, but they're also refusing to settle at all. They won't even reply to you. Well, how much more dishonorable could you get? And make sure that's in the pleadings too. So, yes.
Yeah, okay. So there's two scenarios that I can see here. What you're in this hypothetical example is, one, they've called you to court and you haven't got a motion in. So you're going to try and go in and respond to that or get another date you can get your motion in, or you've got a motion in. If you've got a motion in, then you've got your affidavit in there and the evidence is before the court. The Crown is already aware of it. So that's one avenue it can go down. And then when you get in there, you talk to the judge about that and say, well, I haven't responded to it.
Yep.
Now, what's your experience been in cases where people have failed to put in a motion like that? Because, sometimes people are just gonna have the affidavit, maybe, mail it to the Crown, but now they show up in court, you just can't drop that in the court file at that point, right?
That'd be the one guy that I talked to 4 or 5 days ago that didn't even know what he did when he showed up for court and just started waving that live birth record around saying, yeah, this is me.
Okay.
And he did not want to see that document. As soon as if he saw it, he would now be aware of his proper jurisdiction, and now he has a duty. And his duty is to protect him, right?
Right.
There's so many cases where this has all happened, where people have established common law jurisdiction, and the judge has clearly said, I'm obligated to protect you. I know people that's happened to, and they didn't even know what they did right, okay? And also, if you're not prepared for the first hearing date, then you show up and you ask for full disclosure, but do it on the record. And you want to state, in no uncertain terms. So the Crown is telling me that this is full disclosure. They have no other documents to support any of their claims against me. And well, yes. Excellent. I'll see you in a month. Leave, except you're not going to see them in a month, because you're going to go into the paperwork and be like, okay, well, there's absolutely not one shred of evidence here that I was performing a function of government, acting as an agent of the Crown. They're paying me, there's a contract, there's even an injury. Nothing. Okay, and now they've admitted that is everything they have against you, and nothing in there demonstrates anything that would pull you into their jurisdiction. That's great. Okay.
Do you ever have any hesitation to go across the bar? Whether
No hesitation. I don't care about the bar.
if you've established your proper status before first?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you could say before you cross the bar, you can do that too. You could say, I'm Dean Clifford. I'm a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. That's what I'm here as. Do you recognize that? And will my rights be protected if I cross this bar? If he says no, are you going to cross the bar? No. Well, then I'm not crossing the bar. Are you crazy? Why would I go anywhere where my rights are not protected? Do you think I'm stupid? Have a good day. Leave. Clearly, I'm in the wrong court because I have inherent common law rights. And if I have no rights beyond that bar, that is not somewhere I should be. And the more of that kind of stuff you get on the record when you're talking to these people, that just makes them want to go away, right? They just, that's, and then you go and you get the transcripts, and that's going to be, one of the exhibits in your lawsuit if they continue to proceed against you.
Now, if I recall, you made a statement that you can remedy the controversy at any time. If we could take this hypothetical situation a little bit further, you may not know. You've entered into the jurisdiction of the court, and you may have even been a day or two into trial, right? Is there a process by which you now become aware of the duality and the procedure by which you would deal with that matter at that particular point?
Yep. Tell them in the most plain language you can. Oh man, I've just became aware that there is a real big mistake, an error going on. Just became aware of it. I thought I better mention it to the court because it turns out that it's fraudulent in nature, and I don't want to be a party to fraud. So it turns out that I didn't even know that they were coming after me trying to say I was an agent of the government. I just found this all out today. And I'm not, I don't perform a function of government. I'm over here in inherent jurisdiction. They don't have the authority to prosecute me. So if fraud removes you from a contract, right? It doesn't matter if there's been consent or anything. Fraud voids any kind of a contract. So if you think you're in a contractual obligation with the court because you have been playing ball so far, at any time you can say, "Ooh, I just became aware that this is actually all complete fraud. I cannot be a party to fraud. I'm sorry."
It's a good idea also to ask forgiveness for where you went wrong, and when you do that, he has to forgive, and it's over.
Yeah, I think so. I would say I did not know that I was willingly participating in fraud. Forgive me. Now that I do, I have a duty to correct the situation, as do you. Just be honest about it like that. You couldn't get more honest than that. Like everybody thinks they got to put this stuff into secret code. All right, I'm going to send the judge a coded message and hope he deciphers it. No, just tell him in as plain a language as you possibly can. What do you think he's going to do? Say no?
Just one more. I find, at least when I went to court, one of the things that I realized, that statements held very little weight as opposed to questions.
Yes.
With respect to status and what have you. So
Good.
if you make all the statements, you say you're Mickey Mouse or Elvis Presley, they'll nod and smile and say, yes, continue. So I find that questions have a little bit more power. But what I wanted to ask you with respect to the bar, because it is an interesting question, and I think there's some case law that we have found, or at least some transcripts we have found, that gives rise to the jurisdiction of the court when you cross the bar. If in fact you're filing your paperwork before and you're querying the court, like Russ did prior to crossing the bar, I'm wondering whether it would be wise enough to leave that point until you can settle the matter between Crown and the court, saying who you are, what have you. Is this the right court? Is the right jurisdiction? Or would you figure that by the fact that you filed paperwork, you could just say adios amigos?
Oh, and then just not show up at all?
No, be there, but they're not going to respect your rights, respect the type of person who's on the paperwork.
Yeah. Again, talking about that, say, look, I said, you've got my affidavit, you've got my paperwork, you've read it.
Yeah.
Do you understand it? Yes. Do you understand what my rights are? What's he going to say? No.
He may
So,
not
yeah.
even talk to you if you don't cross the bar. I think. Because some judges, you'll do anything to lure you across the bar, and until you do, they'll just not talk to you.
Well, that's something else I could get into is what you can say when you walk in there. Again, aside from just say, well, I'm here regarding that matter, to say, yeah, I'm Dean Clifford. They'll always ask if you're the accused, and that's when you can say, well, hang on, let's not talk about that yet. All right, just say, because I'm not going to accommodate the name of something that I don't even know. I don't know what it is. Don't even need to get into that. When you show up there, I'm here regarding that matter. Are you Dean Clifford? You say, well, yeah, I'm Dean Clifford, but I'm Dean Clifford, and I'm here in propria persona. I am here in the proper person. So that still leaves jurisdiction up in the air now. They haven't got jurisdiction. Now it depends on what person you are. And you just tell them, I'm here for that. I was the one charged. Why do you think I'm here? But there's a problem. I'm not an agent of the government. I'm not an agent of the crown. I'm here in propria persona. I am a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. At the time of the complaint, I was a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. I am never not being a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. Right? I'm not who you tell me I am. But I'll tell you what I'm not. Just be as honest, just talk like this to these guys. There's no reason to, everybody thinks there's going to be some fancy new statement someone comes up with. Man, all you got to do is recite these 11 words and that bastard will get up and run out of the room. Right? No, it's never going to happen, ever. They're testing you always. Do you actually know? And they're going to poke you oh, you think you're one of the, you think you have an inheritance. Right? Now we go back to the Bible stuff. You think you have an inheritance? Well, we'll find out who you are. I know you by your actions. We talked about that at lunch also, right? They're going to be looking at your actions and what you're doing. And by the actions, I mean whether or not you actually know who you are, or if you just read something online and came in and, I'm here in propria persona, and I'm a common law man of inherent jurisdiction. Oh, what does that mean? I have no idea, but man, it sounded good online when I read it. Okay? No, you have to know. And they're going to know because you're going to be able to actually talk to them and explain this and say, well, I don't understand what's going on. Say, I don't understand. And by the way, the word understand in statutory court does not mean I stand under your authority. I don't know where that came from either. Do you understand? No, I do not. I do not stand under you. Well, clearly not. You're standing over there. You're not under me. We don't have a sexual relationship of any kind. Right? I don't know where stand under came from. But what understand does mean is when they say, do you understand the charges? They're asking you if you will assume liability for it. That is what that means. Yes, I understand. Yes, I will assume liability for what the Crown has accused me of. I will assume liability for the charges. I will assume liability for the bond that they're going to be generating and selling that on the markets. That's irrelevant though as well. Personally, I don't even care about that kind of stuff.
You started not really saying you agree.
Yeah.
You just said that, but it's like in plain text, anytime anybody says that, you understand you're in agreement.
Yeah. Or I would, yes. But more so, instead of the agreement, because it's statutory court and it's all to do with charges and bonds and everything, they want to make sure that you're assuming liability for what the Crown has
Do
done.
you comprehend you're about to assume liability?
There you go. That'd be an even better way of putting it if they wanted us to, if they didn't want us to be confused. Do you understand that you're going to be assuming liability if you say yes? Well, how many of us would say yes then? None. Again, that'd make them bad business people, wouldn't it?
Well, the other thing about asking whether you understand the charges is they've got the first pleadings. They're the ones that put the charges together. If you don't understand those charges, the point is those charges are there. That's what we want to go to trial with. If you don't understand those charges and you want to change them, that's your opportunity. No, maybe these are the wrong charges given the facts.
How about when they say, do you understand? You say, no, I will not assume liability.
Yeah.
Because as you refers to there, you're accepting however they laid them out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Say, no, they're liable for whatever they created. The charges they created, they're liable for them, not me. Probably don't even need to get into that. But anyways, and again, just to say, look, you know what? At the they're going to try to say this is all matters that you can bring up at trial. No. I'm leaving here in 5 minutes and I'm never coming back. There's not going to be a trial unless these people can produce a cause of action, an injury. They can prove anything. I will not be coming and just ask him to say, if I consent to a trial, will my common law rights be protected at that trial? What's he going to say? Then why would I come to a trial in this jurisdiction? If they have a claim against me, there's this wonderful little room about 200 feet that way in Queen's Bench where an actual injured party can take me to court. But we're not over there. So that tells me they don't have a cause of action. And ask them. And like I say, and that's when you say, now listen, say, I'm not putting up with any more of your guys' bullshit. Everything you say and do here, I'm going to be swearing out an affidavit of it, and I'm going to add you to a civil claim in Queen's Bench for attacking me in statutes. Are you participating in what they're doing? The judge who tries to bullshit you. Are you participating? Are you helping them to attack me? You're supposed to be protecting me. Say that to him. What's he going to do? Arrest you for contempt of court?
Do you use the special appearance of any point?
In propria persona is special appearance. That's what that means. In the proper person, it doesn't admit to jurisdiction. That is, by definition, a special appearance. In fact, this works so well. There's a Supreme Court case site in the United States, don't know which one, that basically led to lawyers being barred from using that in the courts when defending a client. And I read that one. And that's why lawyers cannot challenge jurisdiction in statutory court. First of all, yes, they're statutory in nature. That'd be like denying your own existence, number one. Number two, a general appearance binds you to statutes and legislation. So if they showed up and they said, well, I'm a lawyer for so-and-so and I'm here in propria persona, or he's here in propria persona, that has the effect of challenging jurisdiction. And any lawyer that does that now is basically disbarred.
Law dictionary definition. How it works. It says,
Do you want him to come up and read that right on the, come up and read it on the microphone then? Okay, propria persona. In his own person, it is a rule in pleading that pleas to the jurisdiction of the court must be pleaded in propria persona, because if pleaded by attorney, they admit the jurisdiction. as an attorney is an officer of the court, and he is presumed to plead after having obtained leave, which admits the jurisdiction. An appearance may be in propria persona and need not be by an attorney. Right.
So attorney couldn't do it because in doing so, it's already admitted to the jurisdiction of court, so it's one cost to the other.
Yes.
They're kind of reconciled.
And that's in plain English, that would mean someone almost denying their own existence at that point.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that would disqualify them from their job. If you try to deny your own existence, I don't exist. Oh, well, what gives you standing to speak then? Another thing you want to make sure. How many times have you been asked if you're representing yourself? Every time. Are you representing yourself? Yes, I'm representing myself. Okay, I'm not going to get into, I can't represent myself because I am myself. Okay, that means nothing. It's got nothing to do with what's going on. When they ask you if you're representing yourself, and your first reply should be, I am the authorized representative of the name. I'm the authorized representative. If you're just the representative, they view you as being unauthorized. And if you're the unauthorized representative, they don't care what you have to say, but they're going to make it look like they do and just, oh yes, okay, as the trial's going on, oh, well, very good point, Mr. Clifford. Guilty! Because I basically have just said nothing. I'm unauthorized. So you want to be the authorized representative when you get there.
A good one we found for BC anyway, we've got a BC Court of Appeal, was a unrepresented, and the court has a duty to assist the unrepresented.
Yes. I don't know if I like the word, the name is not unrepresented, because I'm the authorized representative. Is that where you're going with that? You'd want to say you're unrepresented?
It's just a distinction to being self-represented. There's nobody representing me. I am just here.
Right.
I mean, here.
I would say if you're representing yourself, you remain unrepresented. They even say that. I think they've even said, oh, Mr. Clifford's unrepresented. It's like, wait a minute, didn't I just say I was representing myself? How could I be unrepresented?
That's referring to the duty to have the appearance of fair trial, which means proper legal support, and you don't have it, so now the court is bound to provide some assistance to you.
I think that's probably what they try claiming. I don't think that's what's going on.
It has happened.
It has happened,
It
eh?
has happened.
Okay.
Well, the judge would probably ask you who authorized.
If you're in your common law capacity, it happens.
So how would you answer that?
Who authorized you?
Well, if you're not, I'm an authorized representative.
Oh, boy, I'm going to kick myself in the foot here if I can't come up with the answer to that in 3 seconds or less. Take longer if you need to. Nice. That is where, if you're walking in there, especially with the live birth record, I would say number one, this authorizes me. I could do better than that though, hang on. Produce your declaration if you want there, or some kind of an affirmation that you, as the man, appointed yourself, whatever. I can get creative with that. I can't answer that the way I want to answer that right now.
As an answer, do you have any evidence that I'm not the authorized representative?
I like that, because your claim stands until somebody proves a claim to the contrary. See, again, I probably should have come up with that before him, but.
Listen to Robbie.
There you go. Yeah. I was going to say, it sounds like something I would have said. And that's there. So I like that one already. So props to him for that one, because I know I've even talked about that before in the videos. Say, until somebody can provide any evidence that I'm not authorized, my claim stands.
You did say that.
There you go. See, I'm smarter than I think sometimes. Man, I could fill books with half the shit that I've forgotten. Okay, so authorized representative, exactly, and they're not gonna challenge that. And also, for people that like UCC law, that's in the UCC. The authorized representative is never liable. So you can never be liable if you're the authorized representative of something. That's why lawyers are never liable. You don't see them going to jail when the name is found guilty. Get into the role of titles with the judge if you want. Say, well, that name is a title. The accused is a title. And and as far as I understand, it must obviously be statutory in nature because it was created by the government when they issued the birth certificate and then fraudulently conveyed it to me. So if that's the case, just get into that kind of stuff with the judge and let them know you actually know what's going on. And we start talking like that, because if it's statutory in nature and it was fraudulently conveyed to me, and then say, it seems to me that that basically would in effect be almost like a license you're claiming I was operating through at the time of the complaint, and I'm not aware of any facts or evidence that demonstrate that I was performing a function of government at the time of the complaint. That's real big, especially even money you made, if it's income tax stuff. You just clarify that. Well, did I make all this money performing a function of government? Like, did I benefit from the government when I made that money? Acting as their agent? No. So what taxing authority do they have? Because if it's anything that is below the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, 52 and 32, I don't care. Well, the Income Tax Act says this. Well, that's great. Does the Income Tax Act supersede the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? No. It's inconsistent with the Charter and Rights and Freedoms because I'm not government. So I don't care what it says.
In regards to licensing,
Yeah.
I'm a veterinarian and I would just so love to not have to practice veterinary medicine with a license. Do you have you tried that at all, challenge that aspect?
I don't see why you couldn't do your own. Again, that comes down to, even though you've had that license the entire time you've been a veterinarian, have you ever actually acted through the license, even though you've been in possession of one? And can they ever prove you actually acted through it? Right? Like if I'm sitting on my couch at home and I've got my feet up on the wood stove and someone comes kicking my door in, they run in there and, freeze! Produce your fishing license. I think I have one. Hang on. Okay. There you go. And I'm having a beer while I'm sitting beside my wood stove. You're not allowed to be drinking and fishing at the same time. But I'm not fishing. I gave him the license. He asked for it. It's theirs. I'm obligated to give it to him if he asks for it. Was I fishing? No. I had it. I'm in possession of the license. Am I operating through the license at the time of the complaint? No. And they can never prove that you are or you were.
So would you recommend?
Oh, no, so I guess we were done. Go ahead.
Would you recommend just not renewing a license?
I'm not going to recommend anything, but that's your own choice. Is it a really big deal to the point where you're willing to risk your livelihood to surrender the document, not operate under it any longer?
It's always, yeah.
Then you got to weigh that out, make that decision for yourself. If it's worth the fight. Personally, I think it is because I just like to fight. Come on, go to the bar. Hey, buddy, you want to fight? Them's fighting words.
Well, for one, I know a chiropractor, a chartered accountant, they both gave up their license and said, I'm just going to operate, I'm not useless anymore.
As long as you believe you can get customers that are willing to do business with you.
And they're constant care.
Yes, while you're not licensed anymore now, then of course you can do that, and I recommend it. But it comes down to, things are starting to come back the other way now, where I know people that have actually gone to like a big company they work for and just said, hey, look, and just been honest with these people. It turns out that actually all I have to do is take back my T2 from you guys, and I don't have a social insurance number anymore. I surrendered to the government, not that I ever did have one. I'll answer you in a sec. I want you guys to stop taking deductions off my check, and then show them where, I think there is case law about that, where they're not even obligated to, or, contact CRA and then show them the paperwork and just talk to people.
I did that.
Yeah. And you're going to find a lot of times they just go, oh, okay. And if they don't, say, well, okay, now I got to play hardball with you a little bit. Say, I'm ordering you to stop taking deductions off my check. And if you don't stop, I'm going to sue you. And I'm going to win. And if you fire me because of that, that's discrimination. And then I'm really going to sue you. And then I won't need my job anymore anyways, because I'm going to be sitting in your house by the time I'm done. And they know it, and they're terrified of those kind of lawsuits. Terrified. And all they got to do is stop taking deductions off your check. Okay, you and then you, yeah.
Going back to the licensing thing, it's like me having a driver's license and being pulled over and saying, oh, I'm not acting in the capacity or in the status or working for the federal government in any function.
Yeah.
But what was my intent of having the license in the first place? So the question I'm asking you is,
Doesn't matter what your intent for being in possession of it is. Were you acting through it or not? They're not judging your intent when you go to court. Besides, you can always say, well, I was told if I didn't get this and carry this with me, even though I'm not acting through it, if I don't have this with me, that I'll get beaten up, thrown in jail, and they'll steal my truck.
but if I didn't have a license, or if I didn't renew it, then it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
But since I do have it, I'm just saying that that's a pretty fine line, is it not?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Not at all. Just because I have
Again,
it.
isn't law about intent?
Because I can get up one morning. The reason I have the license is I can, again, we have multiple capacities. We have the unlimited right to act in any capacity we want. So I have the license so that I can do that should I choose. One day I may wake up and decide to go work for the government. Probably not me. There's a very good chance that that'll never happen with me. But I may choose to. Who knows? I may wake up tomorrow a completely new individual and decide that I love the government.
So what's stopping us from using that as, like, for example, what's stopping everybody from having no liability all the time?
Oh, no, you're assuming full liability when you get rid of the license. It's the opposite.
You can't get insurance.
Yeah. You are, when the more liability you assume for your actions, the more sovereign you become, if you want to call it sovereign. A true sovereign takes complete responsibility for everything that they do. From stepping on an ant to murdering another human, you take full liability for your actions, right? It's actually a desire to not be liable for anything that has gotten us all into this mess. I don't want to be liable for that. Oh, well, here's the license. Oh, sweet. Give me another car. Right? That is what an irresponsible individual does. Gets a license and then drives like an idiot because they know their insurance is going to cover them anyways, and then society pays for it. So it's actually, you're more irresponsible the more somebody else assumes liability for your actions, because then you don't give a shit. You'll just do whatever you want.
And more controllable.
Yes. Oh, yeah, because whoever assumes liability for you is the person that's now in control. So going by that law, if I assume all liability for myself, who controls me? Me, I'm the principal. Because I'm assuming liability, I'm in control. If I want a government to assume all liability for me, then they're in control. And that's exactly what's going on here. Licenses we can operate through that remove liability. But you're going to obey this when you do it, and you're going to pay taxes when you act like an idiot.
I've always said that freedom and responsibility are inverse. The more free you want to be, the more responsible you have to be.
Absolutely.
I would just comment on Moira's case. The one thing that I thought of when she said that with respect to getting rid of licenses, people should be careful with, because one of the privileges with those licenses is having a professional corporation with a particular name designation, like veterinarian or chiropractic or whatever. And you could run into problems later on if you decide to carry on, or what might look like carrying on business with those names without permission. So you might have to be called something completely different that might not offend the college.
Well, yes, agreed. Because then it feels like I can't start up like the Dean Clifford Law Practice and call it the Bar Association of Canada, right?
Actually, I earned my degree, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, prior to licensing.
Nice.
I'm just talking about the licensing with respect to the professional corporation.
They only have the right to call themselves licensed veterinarians. There's a difference between calling yourself and holding yourself out to be a licensed veterinarian.
Yeah, you can call yourself an unlicensed veterinarian. Veterinarian.
So the separation is calling yourself licensed veterinarian.
Yeah, you could just call yourself just veterinarian. You're not saying licensed or unlicensed. I'd agree with that. Yeah, just weigh it all out before you do anything, though. And then another big thing too is you want to make sure that you're still going to have a client base when you do that. A lot of people, for some reason, the minute you're unlicensed, you're viewed as like non-legitimate, right? Like you're basically a drug dealer at that point. Yeah, no, that's great. That's what I mean. So as long as you're comfortable doing that, they're comfortable with you doing it, you're going to be able to conduct business and not ruin your life to make a point with the government, then by all means do it. Oh boy, I had something I was going to add to that and I just cannot remember now. Oh well. Oh, yeah.
Just on a practical note on
Yeah.
that, sometimes the removal of something is more obvious than the replacement of something. If you were to say that you are now certified vacuum, and you could get a certification, right?
Yes, clearly.
It's the same power administrator.
Well,
deceived by one or easily deceived by
if you graduated, you got a veterinarian degree, that is That qualifies you as a veterinarian, not the license. Yeah, qualified, certified.
So certified, yeah?
Yeah, you're already a qualified veterinarian. You went through school and they said, yeah, you qualify. You know what you're doing.
Nothing more than a social proof training for permission from the government. And the government's going to protect you because they're licensed, so they must be okay.
Yes, and that's a good thing. Like, I honestly believe that's great that you have to be certified to do certain things where you could harm people. You know, you just don't put a dentist sign up on your window. You know, and your first customer walks in, you're like, okay, hang on a sec. I gotta read the first page of this welcome to dentistry book. Okay? Yeah. 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 See, so a lot of this stuff really is a good thing. Like, I actually do not want the breakdown of the system that we've got. The system is great. We are just completely not using it. All we have, it's just a little switch. We just have to leave one jurisdiction and go to the other. And everything is still here. Everything still operates. We can still bank accounts. Everything's great. We're just flipping the roles. Now, no, we're not the trustee anymore, if you want to return in terms of trust law. Now we're the beneficiary. We're the ones in power. We own the land. We're not foreigners, right? And again, that's the other thing I was thinking about in lunch. I love to ask people this one. Usually it's at the beginning though. I always ask, down in the United States, and I'm not getting into which United States, in the United States, who has the most rights and gets the best health care on the planet? Illegal Mexicans. They don't need a driver's license. They don't need any ID. They get free healthcare, free education, checks every second week from the government. They get the best of everything with none of the statutory obligations attached to it. So that should tell you right there, this is true. Because that's living proof of it. And everybody's pissed off. Oh, gee, damn illegal Mexicans coming up here and getting everything for free. So you know what? Don't be pissed off at them because you don't have the courage to do the same thing. That's just projecting your stupidity onto them.
There was actually an article not that long ago that California is planning to legalize all illegal immigrants.
Of course, they want to be able to tax them.
And there was the huge outcry.
Yeah.
What for? And I'm like, Lauren, you're admitting it.
Yeah. Yeah, they want to be able to tax them. That's when they tried to give them all driver's licenses a couple years ago. We're going to give them all driver's licenses. Everybody's, no! What? Oh, I can't believe you're going to give them driver's licenses in our country. They're not even here legally. If they have no ID, they can't be charged at all for any crime. They were trying to do a good thing by giving them a driver's license to say, well, yeah, these people are driving like idiots and killing motorists on the highways and acting like idiots, and we can't regulate them. Let's give them all driver's licenses so we can regulate them and tax them. That's just proof. That's the most empirical proof I have of everything I'm talking about is the situation in the U.S. with the immigrants. You cannot buy proof like that.
Well, it's all immigrants in the United States.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. So that's why like treaty natives here in Canada actually have it worse than us, right? Because they actually have binding contracts that they're just completely screwed in those contracts. They'd be better off, and that's why I tell people, if you just left the land of Aboriginals and joined the land of the original people or the inhabitants of the landmass or illegal, non-resident Canadians, right? I'm illegal. I'm driving illegally. Of course I am. I'm driving lawfully. I have to be driving illegally. I admit to that. Yep, illegal.
That raises the issue of crossing borders. You've mentioned in your conversations.
Live birth record, and there's so much evidence that, and you can go up the scale of what you want to start crossing the borders with. I'm going to stop pacing now. It's my subconscious. Live birth record, you don't need to get it apostilled, but you can, because anything issued in Canada is automatically recognized in the United States anyways. Technically speaking, you can use a live birth record to go anywhere. Now, that doesn't mean you can drive down to Colombia, cross the border, say, see this live birth record? I'm a child of God. I'm going to do whatever I want in your country, you bastards. You're going to get shot. Okay? There's some common sense associated with this. See this live birth record? Man, I went to see Dean speak. You better not fuck with me. Right? They're just going to shoot you.
Well, that's in the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah, well, no, actually, they, have you guys ever seen that letter from that senator from Texas, like from back in the 80s? I got a copy of it somewhere where he sent, this senator sent a letter to, I think, the Attorney General for Texas, basically saying, hey, there's some problems here. There's a lot of people starting to wake up and realize that we have inherent rights, and they're removing their contracts with the government. And our police are starting to, like, to really harm these people because they don't know that people actually can go back to their original jurisdiction, their inherent rights, and not be regulated by the state at all. It says it right in the letter from the senator. I'm reading this just going, you gotta be kidding me. This is 25 years old, and I'm just seeing this now, and I've been part of this movement for 12 years? How have I never read this? It's all the evidence is out there. Everything, and you know, that's another thing I'm gonna mention too, now that I've raised that point. I think I did touch on this, or maybe I didn't, because I've been speaking to so many people recently. Why does everybody want to reinvent the wheel? Right? Everything we need exists right now. We couldn't make something better than what exists right now if we tried. But everybody wants to start like creating their own new public entity and letters, patents, and all this other stuff. Now, I'm not digging on any of that stuff. I'm not saying like don't do any of that and it's, oh, that's really stupid, don't do that. It's unnecessary to do all this stuff. It's all here already. We just have to take it. Okay? Your live birth record. They know damn well, and that letter from the senator proves it. That guy probably was one of the few that actually did know, maybe, but he sent the letter saying, like, to the Attorney General, we got to start educating the state troopers, because we're in a lot of trouble if they start really harming these people, because we're liable for that. We're supposed to be protecting those ones. That's what the gist of the letter was, and I was like, holy shit. I'm like, I can't believe I'm even reading this. So clearly there's a reason that's not very widely dispersed, right? That kind of stuff. So all the evidence is out there. We know all we have to do is go back, and I love the word original jurisdiction. You got to just go back to the original jurisdiction where your rights are. And you can do that anyways. Again, just because you have a license to do something doesn't mean you're doing that at that particular time or ever. But I have the license should I want to do it one day. Why do I have it? I don't know. I just went and got it. I just felt like it. Why did I just take 2 steps this way? I don't know. I just wasn't even thinking about it, just did it. What does it matter if I got a license?
Maybe we got the driver's license because we were induced by a fraudulent statement.
There's no question we were intimidated into doing it, right? It's a product of extortion and intimidation, right? Extortion, 346 of Criminal Code of Canada, and intimidation, 423 subsection 1.
Nobody wants to see
Yeah. Put that in the letter and say the only reason I got this is you people told me if I got pulled over without it, you'd kick the living shit out of me, throw me in jail, steal my truck, and then give me a bunch of fines. That's why I got the license. I didn't want the damn thing, and I've never operated through it, but I got it because I what are they going to do? Yeah. I asked a cop on the stand that one time, actually, in Brandon. I said, if I hadn't have given you a license, what would you have done to me? And he actually answered, and he said, well, I would have arrested you on the spot. And you could actually just see the judges go, oh. And back then I didn't really know enough about this. I could probably go back, get those transcripts and just prove, yeah, this cop actually just testified that if I didn't produce a license, he would have arrested me. You want to talk about how many civil and criminal charges that is right there in one phrase? And about, oh my God, I could probably list how many violations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that is. Aside from number 4 and 20, I think those are my 2 favorites. Number 20, I believe, is belonging to an organization, being forced to belong to an organization, Article 4, slavery. And that's what they're violating if the Crown can't prove you were being paid something, by the way, to perform a function of government. At the time of the complaint, what was I being paid and when did you pay me? Because I don't work for free. And if you don't have any payroll records and you're claiming I was working at the time of that complaint, it was against my will and it was for free. And that's 2 violations of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. How many more do you want? Keep talking. That's when it starts to get real. So that's the kind of stuff. That's why you want to attack that question. Number 1, they do have to prove you're acting as an agent to the state. And if they do prove you're acting as an agent to the state and it was by force and they didn't pay you, Well, now that just opens up a whole other can of worms. That's how powerless they are against this stuff. They can't do anything. And like I said before, we realize that once we turn it around and we're no longer the trustee, they are, and we can do to them what they were doing to us over here, then we start to take back what's ours. And that's the fun stuff. And that's this old, and then getting good at the civil claims. Download like an actual lawsuit and just look at the way it's all put together, and then just say, well, okay, I can copy. Don't copy the lawsuit, obviously. I'll just change some names. No, the format. Just copy the format. Get the cover pages from the internet for whatever province you live in, Queen's Bench forums, and then just say, okay, well, this is how they, just kind of put the whole thing together in form. Well, I'll just put my body of stuff here, all the stuff I wrote for substance, attach all my exhibits to the back, and just emulate what they're doing. The best teaching we ever got on putting a lawsuit together was the reply the province gave us to our first lawsuit against them. My buddy put together this no offense, dude, if you're going to watch this, terrible lawsuit. Pleadings were awful. Evidence was awful. Everything in it was awful, but it got the desired effect. They sent us back this defense to it, and all bound and cover pages and the little tabs coming out for exhibits and everything. We're like, oh, sweet. We should do this. Right? It's all learning experience. So we did. We went down to Staples, and my other friend, he was the first one to produce an actual the clear pages, everything's all bound and everything. When they got that, they just went, what the hell? It was law school in 10 minutes or less. So anybody who tells me that they don't know where to start, come on, just use your head. Really. How do you put a lawsuit together? Well, go get one from the court files. It's all public knowledge. Go get a copy of one.
You should probably get a copy of the rules of court.
Yeah, and read them. They're all online. I'd say that in the videos. They're there. Read them. They're right there.
That would be how to do it.
And the best part is, too, when you go down to the courthouse, you're not a lawyer. They are required to help you with all this. They can't say, oh, I can't give you legal advice. It's not legal advice, it's the procedure. What's the procedure? If you don't tell me the procedure, I'm just going to barrage you with a bunch of shit until I get it right. Take your pick.
Don't need to change the subject too much, but you had mentioned one time on a call that you were planning to head to the States and you were going to go across the border without any passports. And I think, if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, you were contacting the Secretary of State or some sort of agency down there, give them advance notice. Did you get a response? And if you did, what was said with that?
Didn't even get around to sending that off. But yeah, what I was doing is I was supposed to be, because I wound up in jail, I think 3 days after that. Yeah. And I haven't got everything sorted out since then yet. I was going to send just a certified copy, or even just a full copy of the live birth record with a little letter I was going to do up really nice, send it down to the State Department for whatever state I was going to be crossing, or even just U.S. Customs or something, and just say, hey, I'm going to be driving down to the United States, and I'm going to be crossing the border, and this is evidence of who I am. Am I going to expect any problems from your customs agents when I cross? And if so, what can I do in advance to make sure that there's no confrontations of any kind? I just want to peacefully cross the border. See, is that so hard just to contact somebody and just say that? No. What are they going to reply with?
Get a passport.
Get a passport? Yeah.
What's your criminal record?
Yeah. Well, just then ask them right in there. Just say, is there any law that says that I cannot cross that jurisdictional boundary without like a driver's license or a passport? You actually don't need one. That document is that is your passport. That's already a passport. Where do you get a passport from? Birth certificate. That means it's lesser than the birth certificate. And where does the birth certificate come from? It doesn't come, not directly, but it's a result of. So what's the highest document that you could possibly produce? Live birth record. How could they compel you to have a lesser document? We've already got the principal document.
Yeah, but are they aware of it?
If you contact them, yes. If you talk to, again, when you're an administrator, sovereign, I don't care what you want to call it, and you're the top guy, who said head of state earlier? One of the guys who was here. Yeah, there you go. I love that word. That's great. Yeah, when it's your estate, I'm not going to write anything, your estate, it's a state. Just drop the E. That's all the states are. United States of America, they're just all estates. That's all they are. Corporations, corporate bodies, body politic, I don't give a shit what you call them. It's all almost the same thing. We'll get to it just one sec, because I was going somewhere with this. You're the head of state for your state. When you talk to another state, who do you talk to? The other head of state. I don't talk to peasants. Peons. There's a little P on most people's passports. I'm not convinced that actually does stand for peasant yet, but it probably does. I don't talk to peasants or peons. I talk to other heads of state. You don't show up at the border and start bitching at some guy who's making $7 an hour because he's a failure at life and start complaining about your live birth record, okay? That guy's pretty grumpy because he's got a really shitty life. He doesn't want to argue with you. What's that? Yeah, and I've had a very big gun. Yeah, exactly. And he's so ignorant and arrogant that he actually probably would shoot somebody if he just felt like it, because they're really quite sad. I don't know.
Two more things that you talked about. One is maybe you can go into a little more detail with it. One is that I think you said you sent a bunch of paperwork with respect to the Attorney General giving you notice with respect to your intention of your ID or whatever. I'm not quite sure what that was.
Yeah.
And the second point is you talk about how you went and assisted some people in Saskatchewan with respect to the revenue issue.
Yep.
And you filed something with the court which changed the whole process of the court. And you believe that there was a provost marshal represented there. I'm more interested in the procedure though. What did you do in order to set that up as well? So both the Attorney General and that one.
The only reason, again, we don't even know who the guy was that showed up, but he clearly was not, he was wearing no police stuff of any
You
kind.
do military procedures when you're walking.
Yeah, like I say, like everything, I'm not going to get into particulars about it. And I don't even like the story because I don't want people thinking that all you got to do is call the Provo every time there's a problem, right? In fact, like never do that. Like, please don't bother that guy. He's got a lot of shit he's got to do. Only if you really are in legitimate fear of your life, like your safety. They'll tell you that. It doesn't matter who you are. Even if you're one of these citizens that's not protected by the military because you're under Canada's jurisdiction, if you're in legitimate fear for your life, the military will come to your aid. That's their duty. Doesn't matter who you are. But I mean legitimate. Legitimate is not, well, CRA's taking me to court. So I'm in fear for my life because they might throw me in jail if I lose. That's not what that means. We all know that. And that the reason you're going to jail is because you don't know what's going on. The other part of that story is, that's when I was starting to really get the last of this stuff together and perfected. I sent a couple documents in, and it was purely in trust law. The documents I filed, which was clarified who the guy was that was coming down to the courts, what his status was, his standing, his title, if you want to call it. I've changed it now to title. I used to say the word status. Now I like the word title because that's what this all is. It's all titles. What's your title? And we clarified who he was. And then we clarified who I was because we put in formal notices that he was appointing me as the administrator for his estate. His estate being, now we know obviously not the certificate of birth name, but the other one. And all the documents were purely in inherent jurisdiction. And so when we got down there, the courtroom had been moved. And when we walked into the courtroom, and of course the clerk of the court tries that stuff with you. Well, are you so and so? And I say, no, I'm here to speak for him. I'm his authorized representative. So you're a lawyer? I said, no, I'm not a lawyer. Did you get permission from the court to speak? And I hate that one. That's the one that sets me off. I always just kind of looked at her. I said, no. I said, I don't require permission from the court to do anything. Goes back to typing on her computer. Didn't look at me again for the whole 2 hours we were there. But either way, judge, they call court in session, and buddy that was there, whether he was there for my protection or their protection in case they injured me and I had recourse against them, who knows? He was there. That's all I know. Did the old, like the boot thing, and the picture of Her Majesty and Prince Philip is on the wall behind whoever the judge is, except he wasn't a judge. and he was just in regular business clothes, no robe, no nothing. And we had about 5 witnesses there with us, and this was interesting. I was just having a good 2-hour chat with the guy. Crown didn't say a word. They just sat there the whole time. And every time I would bring up certain things about about what they did to this man, she would just slink lower in her chair, and she was looking out the window for like an hour. I was going to ask what she was even doing there. And then because this guy was doing all the talking, I was about to ask him why he didn't just go and sit down there instead, because he's not a judge. He's clearly just another crown. You're just another crown. That's all you are, sitting up there on the bench. He spent 2 hours convincing me that we should go to trial and fight because we're right. Like, the guy was my best friend at times. Like, he goes, I'm just a man just like you, and he's trying to be my buddy and stuff like that. And it's probably all that, what is it, NLP training? Yeah, it's probably all that stuff, right? Where this guy was like, seriously, if this guy was Romaine and I smoked, I would have left there a non-smoker. He was just, this guy was unreal. And it's just like, holy, like he almost even had me thinking at one point, yeah, we should just go to trial and fight this. No, wait, bad. Right? It was this guy's interesting. But he's the one that knew a lot about the Bible stuff. He started getting into Bible stuff. And I'm far from a master of the Bible. I know some of the good parts, and I have a buddy that's he's my Bible guy. And this guy said a couple things in this hearing that I just went, holy shit, that is so far over my head that I can't see my own ass. It's just like, I'm not going to talk about the Bible no more with this guy. And then I got out. When we got out 2 hours later, I'm texting my buddy, and I'm like, what would you say if somebody said to you, and the reply was, who the hell said that to you? I'm like, just answer the question. You're going to love this. It was awesome. But yeah, he spent 2 hours trying to be my best buddy and convince me we should take it to trial. He was a used car salesman. He knew they had no jurisdiction at all. And he wasn't trying to harm us. He was trying to get our consent to allow a trial in a jurisdiction that he knew that we weren't in. So it all had to be by our consent, either by silence, ignorance, or just, let's go and make some case law. It's going to take this whole system down. Yeah. Trying to fire us up like that. And I know that's a mistake, right? So I think that answered that question. That was that one
There's
hearing.
one other point he said with respect to the criminality of the government. Maybe you can talk about his statement there.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to talk about that. Yeah. Okay. Let's just say they acknowledge what they do. Is lawless. Because as long as they get you over here, there is no law over there, right? They can do whatever they want to over there. But I think that was another tactic he was using to try to, like, yeah, you should take up this crusade of righteous indignation and take down the man because we're just a bunch of criminals, and you should show us the wrongs of our ways. Like this guy was incredible. I was like, oh my God, where did he come from? It was crazy. Oh yeah, I wish everybody had an experience like that. I left going, what the hell just happened? It was neat. So I think I'm the only one that comes out of these hearings just going, man, that was neat. So, and that was that one. And then I think the other one, the documents I sent to the recently, like to the Attorney General of my province, when I first started kind of getting this all together finally, and it all was clicking, and I realized, oh wait, I'm right about all of this. Problem is that's not what's going on over here, and that's when I had to kind of correct the model a little bit to allow for that, because I couldn't figure out how they were still doing it. But I had all this correct, so I started sending off letters. Like the birth certificate obviously got surrendered, so I did do that. I'd in previous years, my driver's license went back 7 years ago. I haven't had a driver's license in 7 years now. SIN card number, I haven't used my SIN card number 15 years anyways. I don't think I have it. I haven't been in possession of that for years. So I let them know that. I said, there's no SIN card to return you because I'm no longer in possession of it physically. Driver's license already went back. Here's your birth certificate back. I'm no longer the trustee of it. I did manage to get that way, even though I hadn't gotten that far with most of everything. I said, so all that remains now is you guys are the trustee of my live birth record. That's the only arrangement we now have between our parties, except for my fee schedule, which has the full force of law. So I sent them all the notice of that. I did revoke my pledge to Canada. I didn't even know how relevant that is. I still don't, just because my live birth record that I got from Manitoba, it's weird what we ignore in documents. And of course, they know all about how the human mind works. But normally when we're looking at a document, we tend to ignore things that are written sideways vertically on the piece of paper. I could look at it a dozen times and all of a sudden one day just go, Holy shit. Well, I'll be damned. There's right in there too. And that's what I did with the live birth record. Right there, it just said citizenship, blah blah blah, something to do with your pledge to wherever you're a citizen of, kind of thing. So I just went, oh, okay. Well, what happens if I revoke my pledge then? So that's when I sent it back, and I say, here, have your shit back. I revoke my pledge. So I'm not your citizen anymore. I told them to send me confirmation of the civil death of the citizen. I haven't got that yet, but it's because I sent the birth certificate to the wrong department. I think I'm going to remedy that here right away.
Send that? Not the certificate of live birth.
Oh no, I want that. Yeah. Besides, they've already got the live birth record. They got the original, and I don't want it back. I love the arrangement we got going on right now. Once I'm in the proper place.
What do you recommend for parents, new parents these days?
Register. That's your claim. That's evidence of your claim. You definitely want to register. And until I see any evidence to the contrary, registration is a public record. And if anything, if property does transfer, the only property that or if anything does transfer, it's the legal title. And that's fine. Legal title to whatever was created for your kids by that registration goes to the government to hold in trust, which is the record that secures your claim. Great. Just don't use the birth certificate when they send it, or send it back. Say, my kids don't require this. They're never, ever going to work for you people. You work for us. CFS comes through the birth certificate.
So for kids, if they've already got a social insurance number and they're trying to get jobs, it's so hard for them to get a job without it.
Yeah, you know what though, but we have to start either taking a stand and saying, I'm not going to work for any corporation that requires a SIN number. You know, this is the kind we have to start. Government's not going to help us. We have to start setting up our own organizations. Like one of the ones I'm thinking of is, you know, I'm going to be like Santa Claus. Okay, I'm taking names and I'm checking them twice. We're going to know who's naughty or nice. Now, when shit still starts to roll back the other way, we're going to remember this stuff, and you're going to wish you just started paying attention to the law while you had the chance. So, if they won't hire you because they don't have a SIN number, then you sue them. Get them to say they're not going to hire you because of that, though. Because that's a human right violation. They cannot deny you employment and force you to be a part of an organization just to get a job. Again, that's another Universal Declaration human right violation.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult when the accountants and lawyers of these corporations tell them that they have to, but that's kind of subject.
Yep. Then you know what?
What I was going to say was about birth certificate crossing over the border.
Yep.
For children, I have a lover. We're not married. We're not a license through the government.
Yep.
If we have a child, is it just a live birth record? That's it?
Yeah, because
a lot of really crazy things that happen to common law marriages where they're not licensed marriages and they try and go across the border and they get detained for a day or two and all.
Taking the live birth record with them?
Oh yeah, like you want to bring a child over the border.
Yeah. You have a live, that's even better.
That's what I mean.
If you have the live birth record for the child, that is the government recognized identification, if you want to call it that. Right?
Yeah.
Contact them and say, I'm going to be crossing the border with my child. We don't have birth certificates because we're not agents of the state, but we do have these live birth records that prove or are evidence of who we are, what our claim is, that kind of stuff. And I'm going to be coming and I'm going to be crossing the border.
So it's the same thing as if I was just going by myself.
Yeah. Talk to them. Just ask them. And then if they say, no, you need a birth certificate or any kind of nonsense like that, then there's a lot of other avenues you can go down. You can say, well, based on what law, kind of thing. Like, are you telling me that I'm compelled to become an agent of the state just to be able to travel across the land? Like, who are you? They know this stuff. That's why a lot of non-treaty Indians and stuff like that, like they just cross the border with nothing, just nothing. The more legal identification you have, believe me, the more problems you're going to have.
For our first son, we didn't register his birth because we weren't sure. We were still figuring those things out. What we did instead is we had the doctor We wrote up the affidavit. She just filled in the details, date, location, time of birth, and was a witness on that document, stating the pertinent facts. Got a lawyer to come down and notarize it in her office, and that's what we've used.
Yep. And see, that's still evidence of a claim. You can still prove now that the child, in statutory meaning, I don't care what that means. In common law, it's a child. It's a little kid, right? Flesh and blood, boy and girl, whatever, I don't care. Jurisdiction is the problem, not the definitions of the words. Everyone has to get that point through their head. I don't care how many times I got to put into people's heads and ram it in there. It's got to be part of your subconscious to the point where it's not thought anymore. It's just that you know it. The government certificate, the registered live birth record, is the same thing. It's just recognized by the government because it's been put on the record. So they both prove the same thing, just one is actually recognized by the government. It doesn't say that they won't recognize the one that you have. I'm just saying this one already is. So that's why it's the best one to use. Don't reinvent the wheel. It's right there. It's already recognized. Use it. It's your claim. And then back to you about that. The first thing I tell people when they say, well, I can't get a job at this corporation sitting at a desk doing nothing, is I say, good, go learn a trade. Because plumbing and roofing pays really, really well. And you don't need almost any training to do that. You could be on a roof 3 minutes after you walk onto a job site.
Believe me, I went through that gauntlet with my corporate employer.
Yeah.
Which compelled me to go
Yeah.
create my own entity, which I now contract.
Yeah, trades are fantastic, and then you're not a Chuck Kane working in a skyscraper there making money off the poor working people, right?
But it's just, I wouldn't say it's the masses out there are so ignorant. They just listen to accountants and lawyers.
What'd you call me? They are very ignorant.
Well, I should say.
I'm still ignorant.
I should say naive because I think the mass populace really doesn't know, and if you don't know, how can you be ignorant?
You know, that's another point too. It's like I don't like what's being done simply because they're preying on our good faith is what they're actually doing. And to me, everything they're doing is being done in bad faith. And bad faith is a very big thing. If you sue somebody for bad faith negotiations in a business deal or bad faith in a business dealing, that's big money. That's the same as slander and defamation. They really frown on that. So if you can prove that the government was dealing in bad faith when they sent you that birth certificate and didn't tell you what it was all about or what the liabilities attached to it were when you already had a protected birthright, to me, even though they're not obligated to, that's still acting in bad faith. I don't like that. It's not dishonest, but it's bad faith. Again, I don't have to tell you that contract is going to screw you over, but it's bad faith if I do it to you. Right? That's bad faith contracting. I don't like that. And we're supposed to be like, we're the ones preaching, do no harm, be honorable, be respectful, all that kind of stuff. So lead by example, right? If you want the government's a mirror of us. They're only what we've been for the last 60 years, which is self-absorbed, greedy, ignorant people, right? We're all caught up in greed and but what benefits us now the most? How can I steal as much as possible from every single one of you so I can benefit and screw you people over? I mean, that's just, that's why we're in the state of affairs we're in.
Just kind of off topic, you're talking about getting money for labor. What about if you have investments and you get T5s from an organization where you didn't register your SIN number? Do you have any opinion on how to file those sorts of things?
I would file, and that's all private, right? That's all private. I know people are going to disagree with me on that because they're going to say, well, no, actually, the only thing they can tax is interest on the money from investments and stuff like that. No, again, that's only over here in this jurisdiction. I don't care what kind of profits you make on investments and interest over here. It's tax exempt. And the proper word for that would be you're immune. You have immunity over here. You're immune from taxation. I would even call it diplomatic immunity. Yes.
So earning interest is not acting as an agent.
Oh, yeah, no. But then you would have to follow, I'm not sure what the Bible says about interest.
Well, it says usury is bad, right?
Yeah. I was being sarcastic. But I'm sure somebody here could probably quote what it says. So if you're worried about it, either pay the taxes on the interest or just don't claim it at all, or just stop accepting interest on investments.
What documents did he use to open up the account would be private face of evidence of maybe who is in control of that account.
Yeah.
I imagine they would want some sort of two pieces of identification. Maybe you said no social insurance number, but maybe something else.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be pretty hard to argue who's holding that account.
Absolutely. They have to prove it. And I'm pretty sure that's 21 of the Canada Evidence Act, that they have to prove it. So they have to prove that, again, everything we just talked about today, it all applies. Just blanket across the board. I don't care what it is. But then you got to ask yourself that question I was talking about. Do you want to be accepting interest? If for people that are really big on the Bible, if it says that usury is bad and you shouldn't be charging interest on money, then that's going to be between you and him later on.
Yeah, it's okay to charge a stranger, but not if you're not your own.
Okay. Oh, perfect then. Okay. Yeah, how about her?
It's a foreign jurisdiction.
Don't get friendly with the people you loan to then, I guess. So there you go. Yes.
Earlier on, one of the ladies asked, what about those who are not born here and who immigrated here? They would have a birth certificate from their
live birth record,
live birth in their country, and a birth certificate.
Yep.
The birth certificate would be used here to come to Canada, and then subsequently that document.
Yeah, they would have been issued a new citizenship status kind of thing, right? The citizenship status is over here. Live birth record, wherever they were born, is still proof of claim. Well, yeah, we think we spoke about that, and actually they had a better answer than me. Yeah, where I said, I guess if you weren't born here, so just the first thing off the top of my head is, I guess you don't really have much of a birthright to the land. And her reply was much better than mine should have been, which was, that claim is to the earth. So it still has standing here, because I thought about that over lunch and I was like, yeah, that's right, because we have dominion over all the earth, and that birth record is evidence of that. So, and again, that doesn't mean you can go down to Colombia and start mouthing off to people. Okay, here's the Bible and here's my live birth record. That's my land. Ooh, that belongs to that cocaine lord. I don't suggest taking that section. Yeah.
With regards to immigrants, when they actually become citizens, they take a citizenship oath, which is pledging allegiance to the Queen. Natural born citizens don't take any pledges or allegiances. You see a difference with regards to anything else.
Yes, because they made it for that title. As far as no, because oaths are only made by people. That's right. Pledges are fine.
To Queen the woman, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
That is the pledge to her
Yeah,
and
that's
the
right.
family.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that, but I don't see a problem with that either. If they're not going to let you in because of it, then that's kind of that's almost under protest and duress anyways.
Yeah.
Travel across land, they're never stopping this guy from traveling. They're always stopping this guy and saying you need to get the proper ID to cross borders, but they're never really addressing this one, right? So it's like two different things going on at the same time.
Well, just before the UN Declaration of Human Rights was declared, the Queen released all of the countries from subject.
Statute of Westminster, 1931.
And released them into their own citizenships of their own nations.
Yeah, that was the king that did that one. Statute of Westminster.
So it was 48 or 49, just before the 47.
Oh, it was already done in 31, so that's redundant.
No, it was just before the UN Declaration became
48
signed. The year before that, the Queen released all of the subjects from subjecthood into citizens of their own nations. And so they were no longer the subjects of the Queen; they were citizens of their own nation, and that was an act, proclamation, whatever, in 47. Because by being a subject, they would have been in violation of the UN Declaration of Human Rights. So they were released from being subjects. And I just see that when people are pledging to be a citizen, it sounds like they're actually going back into being a subject, rather than what occurred with that.
Yeah, we pledge the allegiance to the Queen and the royal family and their.
Except it's consensual. They're not forcing you to do nothing now. So they found a way to release you and then recontract with you. They couldn't physically whip you anymore. So they found a way to do it contractually.
But then, isn't that pledge only when you're acting as the individual?
Ask them.
What was this thing of 47 called? I've never even heard of it.
Oh, I don't remember.
They passed a law and the Queen said that all British subjects are now citizens of Canada
And their respective nations.
It was
Yeah.
also Australia and New Zealand.
I prefer the Statute of Westminster anyways of 31, which releases all British colonies from the control of Britain and gave those countries the right to go and draft their own charters, right?
But they were all still British subjects,
Well,
supposedly.
that didn't mean that just those countries could do it. It meant we all could. Every single one of us can go and start draft our own charter now and become our own independent nation because we don't have allegiance to England. That's a more important declaration that they made there, even though the Universal Declaration of Human Rights would have made that now obsolete as well. But going back to that, I think that's the more important document, right? They weren't just saying, well, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, you can all go draft your own charters. They were saying, no, anybody that was subject to England now can now go draft their own charter and become whatever they want to be. It didn't mean just the government of Canada at the time. It meant all of us. Because if we're not bound to any of that shit no more, then how could we possibly be bound to Canada? That's who created it. It basically made us all free instantly, period, from a sovereign standpoint. Then we just never claimed it. Didn't claim nothing. Then we turned around and contracted with the government of Canada. You had your hand up again.
Did you just mention earlier that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was actually created in UK?
Yeah.
Called the Canada Act or something?
Yeah, Canada
So
Act 1982.
If the UK dismissed us or let us go or cut our ties, how could they create our charter?
Because Canada is a creation of the UK.
But in 31, you just said that they cut the ties.
They didn't cut the ties. They gave us the option. They gave people the option of doing it. They gave countries the option of doing it. I think they actually did it, but either way, it doesn't matter because again, I don't want to explain this properly and use the right words. And I know, just hang on, because I'm trying to make this non-convoluted. Canada, for lack of a better description, is still just a corporation that's chartered out of the UK. If they release their colonies, they're talking about the actual physical colonies, but then they just still have that ship in commerce that is out there for us to still contract with.
Corporate Canada's head office is in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. I don't doubt their head office is there, but their charter is back in England.
The charters.
Probably the United States too.
There's also, I mean, I've heard all the talk about there being clearly a second Canada from Trudeau incorporated and registered it in Washington, D.C., and there's two Canadas and all this other stuff and everything else. And I put that all inside this circle. And I call it them.
It's their bookkeeping process.
I don't give a shit about them. Whatever they've done in there is in there. I care about me and or us. Okay? These are mutually exclusive events. And our only tie is that their trustees is something very valuable to me. And I just want what I'm entitled to. That's it. Any explanations about, well, yeah, but this charter, this, and this papal bull, and the 1200s, Pope Benedict Arnold, I mean, I don't even know, whatever, made a papal decree that he claimed all the souls, the lost souls on the oceans of divinity or whatever the hell it was. Do I care? And what am I going to use that as a defense? And go, I don't give a shit about some moron in the Vatican 8,000 years ago that claimed our souls because we're lost sheep. Give me a break. What relevancy does that have anyways? I don't care about it. That's over here where all nonsense is. Who cares? Does that really mean that the judge is coming back the third time in ecclesiastical court because of a papal bull? They own my soul and that's what gives them jurisdiction over me? Are you kidding me? I'd love to see one of them actually say that. They're the one that should be getting a psych evaluation at that point. Fucking, you're calling me crazy? Holy shit, man. Again, that's all over here. That's why I don't even normally get into those discussions about most of this other kind of stuff, right? Unless they can prove it to me, then I don't care. that comes down to, again, the whole, well, Mr. Clifford, it's my opinion that the criminal code of matters still applies to you in this matter. I don't give a shit. I don't care about your opinion. Again, why does it apply? Because of the papal bull that was passed in the 8th century? What can you prove to me? Prove it to me. Prove your claim to me. That's the only time I'm ever obligated to respond to something. It's when you prove your claim. So that's my take on all that. That's why sometimes I don't even get into the whole, well, Canada this and everything else, and oh, they're really doing this and other stuff I can't prove. And if I could prove it, what difference would it make? I think that's my second smell check, by the way. I have those few smell checks. The first ones is the extremes, and then the other one is, okay, let's follow this line of thinking. I have to obey Canada because Canada is part of the New World Order, which is secretly controlled by a reptilian race that comes from the Pleiades galaxy, and they have motherships around our sun right now, and they're creating a new rainbow currency, and they're enslaving the human race through mind control. Okay, that's the other smell check. Let's pretend that is actually true. Okay, I'm just going to take your word for it. That's actually true. What could I do about that? Am I going to build a starship and go to war with a reptilian race from the Pleiades galaxy? Yeah, I'd love to do it, yeah. Call me ambitionless. No. What I want to do is go home and have a fire at my house tonight and enjoy probably a Captain Morgan's and some water. On my list of things to do is not building a starship in my garage to go to war with the reptilian race. So even if it is true, I don't care because there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just going to live my life the way I see fit anyways until the reptilians show up and kill me.
Well, can we at least start killing the representatives of reptilians?
We can negotiate treaties with them as sovereigns, yes. I have my letters going into the leader of the reptilian race. We're in negotiations. Okay, so that's my other smell check. Is even if this grand conspiracy were so true, all the way back to the Vatican and all these millions of unknowing agents are doing the work of Satan and everything else, okay, I can't do anything about that. I can't. So what does that matter? It doesn't matter. If it's something that is so far beyond my ability to do anything about it, then it doesn't matter. So that's my other smell test. I have very, very rigid smell tests that leads me to smell bullshit. And that, again, if the conspiracy really is that deep, it's impossible for it to be. It's impossible. But on the chance it is, you can't do anything about it. So just go ahead and live your life until they actually show up at your house and the reptilians eat you one night. That is when it becomes your problem. Until then, it is not your problem because there's just nothing now. There's no more rule of law at all. So that they have to maintain the rule of law. They must.
Right, and fear is real. So they're definitely afraid of something.
Absolutely, but they're hiding the rule of law. That's all that's going on. The rule of law is still here. It never left. We did. It's like down in the U.S., what do they call it? The Republic, the house that no one lives in. It's still there. No one lives in it. It's empty. Everybody left and went off and became 14th Amendment citizens and gave up voluntarily absolutely everything they possibly could have been afforded by birthright. Any other questions?
Just a little experience with a driver's license. A year ago, my friend was so busy bad-mouthing her neighbors in the trailer court that she forgot to buckle up. And of course, there is a revenue collector making profit behind the corner. He stops us, he looks at me, I have a seatbelt, she does not, and she goes, cool. He comes to my car, my window, and he says, can I have your driver's license? And I looked at him and I said, do you know that it's not actually mine? It says that it's property of British Columbia. I just discovered it. Isn't that something? And he just looks at me Then he looks at my friend, he walks on her side and he says, can I have your driver's license?
Yeah, there you go.
She's here 25 years and she mustered to say, no driving. So he asks her for BCID, she provides. So she gets the ticket. He comes back. It's wonderful. He comes back to my side and he says, well, because she was pulled over while you were driving. Can I see that BCID so I need to identify what car she was stopped in? And I said, but you know, it's not my driver's license. Didn't say a word.
Yep.
So she got the ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. Until they get that, until they see that document, they know they have no jurisdiction. That's why they really make it tough on you to produce it. That's why I made it so that it's impossible for me to produce it. I don't have it. I can't be compelled to do the impossible. But oddly enough, last time I got pulled over and they took my truck and they charged me, I never even gave them my name at all. For 4 days I was in prison. That was a year and change ago. At all. I was just making a point. I do that sometimes. So when they let me go, they gave me a whole whack of charges with my name and the driver's license on it. It's like, I don't even possess that anymore. How do you just, everything they did was they just fabricated all the evidence against me completely. They can't even prove I gave them the license. So everything they did, so there's some pretty serious crimes there now.
Do you have license plates on your car?
The one I brought out here, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do a cross-Canada trip with stopping every other kilometer to fight a battle right now, so.
Is that happening to you in Manitoba?
Like what, with them harassing me still? Not really. There were some really interesting things surrounding that 18 days and when they finally let me out and.
So now you can drive basically without a plate number or.
Well, I always could. It's, yeah. But you got to remember, it's not like well, now you can. Well, no, I always could. The problem is how far were they willing to go to push me around and damage me and force compliance from me? Yeah. So it's now I think they're getting nervous enough that they're.
And is there a difference? I'm hoping this is a redundant question because these things, some of the other things probably popping in every head. Probably afraid to ask, but why is it the Republic of Texas and the Republic of Manitoba? Are those not almost different types of governments in those jurisdictions?
The Republic recognizes the individual's inherent rights.
So
or the rights of the individual, and we live in a democracy, which is mob rule.
Mm-hmm. Right, but Manitoba is a republic.
I know nothing about that. That's correct.
Yeah, no, I guarantee Manitoba is a republic.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Either way.
And so is Texas.
I don't care what they are.
Well, there could be a difference of why you're getting some of your freedoms there.
I'm sure there could be. It could be a different reptile in charge of them. I'm serious. I'm making it. I mean, I know that. I know. That's why I said I'm not trying to make funny. I'm just like honestly, that's the way I view everything though. Like that's why I make jokes like that because it just.
It's trying to be a legitimate question.
Yeah, I agree, but I just I don't know. Like I don't know what they are. I can't even tell you what I am. I certainly can't start telling you what the government of Manitoba is. I just don't know. Honestly, and I've said that before. So really, that's where it comes down to the irrelevancy part, right? Like they're not going to tell me even if I ask them, and even if I am right, is it like, you guys can't do that?
Never looked into that stuff.
No, I've done everything you guys are all doing. I looked into this stuff for years, and then I just finally realized one day, how could I possibly need to know all this just to be free? Clearly, I don't. That's when I started realizing something was wrong with it all, actually. And it was just that, me trying to figure out what everything else is instead of just realizing, wait a minute, how about I just figure out what I am and just stop caring about what they are? And if they believe they can come and trespass, they're going to have to prove it now. It's not up to me to prove what they are, what they aren't, all that kind of stuff. So that was the point I'm trying to make with that, right? So I don't, that's why I get into that. That's why I just have the two circles now, the mutually exclusive events. And that's why I'm actually trying to make people understand, whether it's by swearing or making jokes or getting angry and all the other stuff that I do just to make it stand out in people's minds. That's why I do that, by the way. You guys ever notice that things stand out in your mind more when, so people have to, I still get caught up in it sometimes. I'm still like, oh man, I got to go find out what that is. And then, oh no, wait a minute. No, actually I don't, because I don't care until it becomes a problem for me. And then they have to prove it. Otherwise I'm just dude right here. And no one's supposed to be trespassing or do not trespass, whatever it says. no trespassing signs, all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's just an inherent right not to, you're told not to trespass. You shouldn't have to give people notice of that. So, what was else I going to say about that? Because I did look into Manitoba at one point in time. I got maps of Manitoba going back to when they were 60 square miles around Winnipeg. And they just expanded, they grew. I got maps that show where New Iceland is, where Gimli is now. Gimli, it's all part of the province now, and it's they've overlapped. Every time they do something new, they never get rid of the old. It's just overlapped over the old. That's why the BNA is still there, but they've buried it under what they call renaming it.
Well, then aren't they trespassing?
Absolutely, they are. That's what I mean. They're trespassing, and they're the ones that have to prove up their claim. That's actually the point of all this. That's why
all I'm talking about is the same principle, pushing it all the way back. That's what a lot of people are interested in doing. Ron Paul talked about that in the United States.
Yeah, you can't restore the Constitution. It never went anywhere.
No, you can't.
Yeah, so he doesn't.
You have to go right back and say what belongs to you, what does not belong to them, what doesn't belong to you. You know, you've got to straighten it all out somewhere. That's what everybody seems to be trying to do right now. It's going on all over the place.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of confusion, but it's confused, but it's not. It's all still there. It's just you got to understand who you are, and then all the nonsense, the layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of deception they put over top of everything just go away at that point, because it's all their nonsense. It's all there to make us believe in their authority.
Yeah.
So instead of proving you don't have authority, all we have to do is say, well, I don't have to prove that you have authority, you don't have authority over me. I'm just going to say you don't. And now you have to prove you do. So you can provide all the horse shit you want, but you got to prove to me you got jurisdiction and authority. I want to add something to that though. Don't thank me, thank yourselves. You people are actually taking the responsibility in your lives to do something for positive change in the face of all the shit that's out there and people calling us terrorists and try and make us look really bad. So everybody here actually deserves the thanks for taking up a stand for your life for once. Everything you guys want to do, you'll be able to do with just understanding the simple concept. And you have to get used to starting to write all this stuff by yourself and not relying on templates. I don't do templates because they know what templates are. You don't think they share this information behind the scenes? When you cut and paste stuff and you enter stuff and you can't explain? So word it yourself, word it simple, and be just as genuine as possible in your document when you're printing it and using your own words. That's what jurisdiction is.
Why am I finding out about practices in
After 28 years, Harley Benz is caught lieutenant of terrorist cell.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Looks like I can't do nothing. Oh. Do nothing.